Hello and welcome. I don't know why the intro wouldn't play. So welcome to Tear Off Your Skin, my Sunday hangout show. Did you know that the reason that our fingerprint all unique, they're not linked to the genetic code. They're linked to the current in the amniotic fluid where we're in the when the skin is being formed in the body. So that's why even like identical twin have different fingerprint. Something you can know. I'm joined tonight by Crispy and Rick from 28mm RPG. Hello guys, welcome.
Hey.
I'm Max.
Thank you for joining me. And hello, Doc Flamingo. And hello, Ongar the Star Ryan. And Nicolas Camargo. Speaking of which, Nicolas was asking in the chat, in a one of our Discord, like how to when a lot of people are tend to spurg out about subject they understand a lot, and the subject come into the game, like they understand a lot about something in real life, and then the subject come into the game. How do you deal with that, especially with the co-creation and stuff like that? So I think there's two aspects in that question. If you know a lot about one subject, how do you avoid yourself spurging out about it? You got thought on that, guys? And then, like, when you're a GM, if somebody's spurging out about a subject they know, how can you push them back a bit and say, hey, relax, doesn't matter? Oh, wait, we're going to be joined by Angar. Hello, Angar.
There's trouble.
Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Just to drive in, just
Yeah.
drive by. Hello. Want to say hi to everybody.
Hey, man.
Good seeing you,
Good
man.
evening.
Yeah.
Everybody doing good?
Absolutely.
Doing all right. We might do. Yeah. Yeah. So, if somebody's spurging out, or if you know a lot about subject and the subject come in the game, right? You know a lot about what you're saying, crispy fluid dynamic, or like
Yeah, or
somebody
some-
knows a lot about
some-
like laser, or somebody
Yeah.
knows a lot about like astrophysics and stuff like that.
Well, where I see this being more applicable to our hobby is that, let's say I'm a gun nut and
Yeah.
I love going to the range and I've got an extensive collection and I know a lot about the different brands and the ballistics and all of that. And we're playing in a modern game and you can just kind of hear. Now, as a player, if you're not playing a character that knows the business end from the safe end of the rifle, you're going to have to keep all of that information just on the shelf. You can't.
Yep.
And in our type of games, it's completely against the rules of the game for you to correct another player using out of character, saying, well, no, actually, Mr. Hungar,
Yeah, exactly.
that
Like Sean was saying.
the
The what actually-
ballistics of that 308 is just not the same as a 300 blackout. And if you look at the other, that's just not allowed. Like the game master would have to just come in and say, look, I'm sorry, we all
It
agreed
shouldn't be
you're not going
allowed
to
in
do that.
any game system. You should
It
not
shouldn't be allowed in anything because
You
it's
should not be
poor
using
etiquette.
personal information, out of character information in a role playing game. That defeats the point of actually playing a role playing game.
Yeah, play
If my
your
character doesn't know something, I'm not going to know it
exactly.
in the game. Even I know about firearms. I'm a
Mhm.
hillbilly. I got my first rifle when I was like 9 years old. I've got probably 2,000 rounds of AK ammo underneath my bed as we speak. But if I'm playing in a modern or futuristic or sci-fi game that's using ballistic firearms, and I don't know about ballistic firearms, I don't know shit about ballistic firearms.
Yeah,
That's just the way it is.
that's right. Just compartmentalize it. Like you don't know it. You should. Now, on the other hand, just to play a little bit of a devil's advocate here, Mr. Max, if you do know a lot about a subject, then maybe if it's appropriate for your character or you're the game master, you could use that knowledge to enliven your narration, to provide some depth, to describe things a little more detailed within reason. Like I do think that as long as it's appropriate for the character, it could your excitement for a subject might actually come through in the game, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, the effective part you say there, I think, is within reason, because like again, you're not there to impress the other people, and also like if you go like too deep with like esoteric knowledge, and other player on the table don't share your knowledge, it's gonna be lost on them anyway. So
I want to say something really quick. Shauner, they're called magazines, not clips, bro. Clips.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna get that's right. There is such a thing as a gun clip. It's
Yeah,
not the
there's such a
same
thing
as a
as a gun clip.
magazine.
My Mosin Nagant uses a clip.
There you go. Yeah,
Push it into it.
yeah,
My 9mm pistol uses a magazine.
yeah. Your M1 Garand, that's
Uses
a clip. Yes. But yeah, Hollywood gets that wrong all the time. Actually,
Anything on that, Rick? Before we go on the GM stuff?
I totally agree with what Crispy was saying there. The only thing I could ever add to it, where it's kind of not really much adding to it, is just don't overload your players with a bunch of
oh yeah,
extrapolation and stuff, or just background. Just don't do that. Just integrate it into the role play more so than
keep it. It can really hurt the pacing if you're just going on some long. You're basically reading a white paper on all of the different things on this particular subject. You're slowing the game way down, and you're talking too much. It should be your players that are speaking.
And
as a player too.
As a player, yeah.
As a player, it's their job to keep. Not only is it the GM's job, but it's the player's job to keep the flow of the game going. So as a player, you don't need to sit there and explain, a 5-page essay on the virtues of the SIG over the Glock. You don't need that. That's just, keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's always like we're like mind the turnflation, right? Just like you don't want to make your turn like longer and longer all the time, right? Because I know so much and I want some detail. And the one thing I would add to that, like Crispy said, like really like it's hitting home. Like maybe even because you know of something doesn't mean your character know of something, and you should stay in character so you don't have time to correct the GM or other player about that, because if you do, you're not in the mindset of your characters. The problem is there. And also, you have to remember that like the what's happening in the game, like it's almost in its own self-contained universe. So the thing might look similar, but they might work slightly different. Doesn't really matter, right? And that's something oftentimes and also something one thing I can think about is on fights, right? People I knew people they would get pissy about actually in the fight I could do arm lock and defeat that and that all that kind of thing like that. People did martial art and stuff like that, right? And when you see choreography in movie for fights, people oftentimes it's not realistic, but the goal of the fight in the movie is to convey drama. It's not a fighting manual. And I think in the game is the same thing as well. Whatever happened, where you're trying to convey some drama and stuff like that. So the detail are not as important as keeping the narrative going and keeping staying in character, keeping preserving the role play and stuff like that. That's what we should aim for. So when you get distracted by those other things, those real life knowledge, put that in the background. Stay in the mindset of your character. That's gonna solve the issue mostly.
Well, all of that, I think that the people who have a lot of knowledge about martial arts and stuff, I taught martial arts. I've won martial arts tourneys. I've also been in a street fight. And they're completely two different things. Just because you know how to do something doesn't mean you're going to be able to do that in a situation where it counts. Just because you have knowledge on how to block a punch, don't mean you're going to block a damn punch. It's like people want to use all this book knowledge and stuff, but not practical use knowledge. And that drives me crazy, especially in games where they sit there and tell you how to do a combat who've never actually been in a certain type of combat. I've done freaking all kinds of different styles of combat, from SCA medieval style combat to martial arts tournaments to just brawling in the street when I was younger.
Yep.
It never goes the way you think it's going to go.
Yeah. And what Nicolas says is very true as well. Technical knowledge is different from muscle memory. Same thing with language and many things actually. Yeah. And if you running a game and there's one player like that, maybe you didn't vet quite enough. That starts spurring out. What would you do with it?
Put them in their tracks.
Well, yeah, Rick, you better. So I got some ideas, but Rick,
Yeah.
just for anyone else watching, I'm known for cutting Rick off all the time. So I'm trying really hard.
I won't cut everybody off. I just stopped by to say hi to everybody in the chat because I never see Max enough. You don't love me no more.
You know I love you, man. Just like but I need to love myself, and I need some time right now.
You need self-love, but you know what? When your palms start getting hairy, you need to cut that off.
Oh yeah.
But everybody
is going to get you into one of our games there, Mr. Hungar.
Yeah, Hunger.
If I get, I'm in like 4 different games right now, plus a lot of doctor's appointments and stuff. But if I get some free time, I'd totally be
Monday nights.
Enjoying
Monday nights.
Yeah, you usually win on Monday nights.
Yeah.
So
one shots predominantly, so you can just drop in, have some fun.
I will check it out.
All right,
cool.
I will try to check it out soon.
Take care, man.
All right, peace, love, and chicken grease, everybody.
Have a good night,
yes,
man.
sir. Sorry, Rick.
Yeah.
I was trying to give you the floor.
I mean, when it came to, we had that kind of situation in our last game where Doc, we're not disparaging Doc. I mean, Doc was brand new in our game, so he was to watch our game and to actually apply how we do this in our game, stay in character and not blurt out anything, out of our mouths, which is out of character. It takes a few sessions to get that under. So when Doc was starting to ask questions out of character, I thought it was very cool because I'm trying not to, talk to him at all, because in the way that we play, the game master is merely narrator, like you would see in a movie. I would be Morgan Freeman in the background, explaining what's going on. And you don't see the movie characters talking to Morgan Freeman. You don't ever see that. You
see it like as if you're reading a script, almost like it's the italicized text that describes the scene and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. But I think it was cool that you did step in, Crispy, and corrected him, but in character corrected him. Like, why are you talking, to the sky, or, kind of idea,
Is our pilot talking to himself again? That makes me very nervous every time he starts talking to himself.
So it does help. Yeah, I know it's Doc. It's
and to be fair to Doc, I've been in your situation too. Like it is easy, as much as it says, oh yeah, we're going to be in character. It's not as simple as that, because there's a lot of ingrained behaviors that are very difficult to stop doing. It's exceptionally difficult to do that. But on this subject, just to add on to what Rick was saying, I think it's important when someone does start doing that, it may actually have to fall on the game master to say, look, we're not so concerned about whether or not so-and-so got some programming details wrong. That's not the main thing here. If we have anything you want to talk about because you're an expert in this, well, you said that you had this kind of hacking check, but obviously that this is an SQL server, and so that's different, and you're going to have to use it. We're not going to go there, and it's very, very poor etiquette for one player to, out of character, or even in character for that matter, to be like, oh, that's not how that works, and this is. I'd say that's poor manners. Needs to be addressed after the game session and corrected immediately.
Just want to say, like, Doc Flamingo was trying to join, but it seemed to have like technical issue. It seemed like you forgot to start your virtual camera again, because I only got like the OBS sign. So maybe that's something to check.
You gotta click on that button.
Also, you don't need to join with OBS when you're just joining on a hangout stream like that. You can just like follow the stream straight in your and then like just select your actual webcam as a source. Yeah.
And Janet, if you ever feel like you want to join us in any of our games, let us know. I've contacted you in the past through email. Just give us a shout and we'll get you connected. But usually Monday nights are our nights for doing our games. So, and we do a little bit of a practice before we get somebody in, just so that they can get an idea of how a game master says what he says, and then you say what you say, and we just do kind of like a back and forth, and it's pretty cool.
It's a different style, like you're
yeah.
saying, Rick. It's a different style. So
Yeah.
it is a good idea to say, okay, why are they doing what's a little different than what normally we do? But yeah, we're certainly open to sharing it with more players.
For sure.
That could be
Well, that was also like part of the goal, right? We try to show, but also like show by doing in the same time. Like at some point, if people like are interested in what we're doing, yeah. If I was a GM and a player was trying to spur guard on some kind of like technical stuff that doesn't matter, maybe I would just like interrupt them and just like call the next player up, right?
Yep.
And just like make them like, all right, Crispy, Rick, your turn. Just like,
yeah, exactly, and just something like that, and then you can talk.
And
about it after.
hopefully the player like understand, like, cut it off, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I think it certainly helps when you have people that understand each other a little better. You can say, oh, that was me. I was a little too intense. And Max, just a gentle correction. Okay, Rick, and then okay, all right, I've gone too far.
Yeah. And Nicholas was also asking earlier, like, what about the opposite? How to roleplay a smart character when you yourself isn't? And that's also almost like bring us back to the main topic of tonight about the social skill, because that's also a part of, like, if you're not very charismatic, you want to play somebody charismatic, any kind of thing, any kind of stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, it's a really good topic, and we're going to be experimenting a little bit with this on our game tomorrow. I think we've got some pretty different characters.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know, because I'm both intelligent and charismatic.
So I'm playing a character with like very minimal intelligence, minimal. So he's going to have those telltale verbal tics that indicate, in general, a lower formal education level. Like I'll be adding S to my U, and when I'm talking, like, so use guys, that kind of stuff. But more than that, I have to really dial down my normal talkative nature, because
That's gonna be a challenge for you.
Oh, it's gonna be a huge challenge. It's gonna be a huge challenge.
That's
you got smart, you got dumb people that talk a lot too.
Oh, that's true. I could do that, but then I'm just playing myself.
Fucking
and I
annoying.
don't think I need to do that.
No. But Mr. T said, you used to say, like, it takes a smart man to play a fool, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll
Maybe
see how that goes.
Yeah. Feel better about himself. No, but okay, because that's what we'll talk about, like, as well, like the role of dice roll and that whole thing, right? How do you interrogate them for and stuff like that? Okay, playing somebody that's intelligent when you're not. In some case, I think it's going to be difficult, because if you're to come up with good idea, you won't be able to, right? Because you're not that smart, right? You try to come up with something clever, like say something clever on the spot, right?
Yeah. What you could do, Max, and Rick, what do you think about this? You could just approach it obliquely and then just do the skill roll. So like, I'm playing a scientist, let's say, very intelligent. Say, well, this just sounds like the that latest theory by Professor, and then I make the roll, and then depending on the roll, that actually does apply, or this doesn't apply.
Hello, Doc Flamingo, you're muted.
He needs to unmute.
You need to unmute.
There you
There he
go.
goes.
There we are.
There you go.
Right on. Right on.
Because
Let's find the charm.
Yeah, there you go. You don't have a situation where a player is not playing their character because of the mismatch between themselves and the stats of their character, and that's where the dice mechanic's important. You just make the skill roll. Approach rather than get right into specifics, as if you can say, well, I think back to the last time I was giving a lecture on this particular topic. I raked the skill roll. If the skill roll is a success, then you can just describe it as a success or what have you, or maybe the game master describes it as a success if that's what your social contract is.
What
And
about if we
that's
use the 4D thing and the co-creation as really like a crutch you can lean into to simulate like an intelligent character? Maybe the player is not that smart. I don't really play with players that are not that smart, right? So like, it's a hobby for smart people. You know, let's not kid ourselves. But if you were to play with somebody that's not that smart, right?
Well,
And he come up with some idea, some plan, or stuff like that. That maybe is not the most clever one, but maybe now in that world, in that setting, it actually makes a lot of sense, right? Because you can co-create and realign, and his character is supposed to be smart. So yeah, you come up with that idea. In normal world, it would be kind of stupid, but in that world, for some reason, yeah, that's very clever, right? We're gonna realign the scene a
Sure.
bit. Would that be a way to do it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it has to be, oh, well, this doesn't work with the quantum mechanics theories that we understand right now. But in the game, if the character is smart and he rolls his skill and he gets a success, then he describes what happens, and that is it. That shapes how the world works, perhaps.
Yeah, but it's like if
You'd have to trust your players though, because boy, you could imagine that going sideways in a big way.
Yeah.
No, I
well, the
I
GM
can't-
always
I
have
can't do
the
a-
final word, the word also. If the final word, if what the player like bring works or not, there's always way you can like without saying no, like but like no, a character can have an idea, can have a plan, stuff like that, and it might be wrong, it might not work and stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? That happen. Yeah.
It's the same thing with social checks, though. It's not even just an intelligence thing. Like, while we may, as a hobby, attract more intellectually minded people or academic people, perhaps, we don't necessarily attract socially intelligent people. So there's maybe not the same level of social intelligence, and you're playing a character like Rick. You're playing a character, and Rick is a social guy. He's worked in with the
Yeah.
public for a long time. But let's suppose that I'm not a social person and I'm playing the dilettante, the whatever. I am the social butterfly. How am I going to do that? Or let's say you have these situations where, let's say the player wants to convince a group of people, and so they're going to make this inspiring oration to the crowd to get them to rise up and overthrow the wicked king. They can't, like, I have players in my group that can't just come up with that, but they may have a character that could do that. So that's where the skill roll is. He just says and I've had conversations with the player I'm thinking of where I just said, look, Boston John, you don't, I hope he doesn't mind me calling him out. Boston John, you don't have to come up with the speech. You just stand up and then you say, I attempt to influence the crowd by launching into a speech. And then he makes his check. And then if the check is a failure, he describes his failure. And he'll say, I stumble, the crowd starts heckling me, I get nervous, I leave the stage, or I get down off the soapbox. If it's a success, in our table, I describe the successes. And I would say then, you get the crowd behind you, whip them up into a frenzy, and they march off towards the palace to be slaughtered like pigs when they hit the walls. But that's not, he doesn't have to, on the fly, get into a speech. He can just make the check. And and I think that works even with our style of play too. You can just make the check.
And
You
that's
can
also why
describe what you're talking about. It's like the points you're making without actually necessarily going into the
Yeah, you could say that. You could say, I attempt to appeal to their sense of duty to the church or to their nation or to the king, or you could give that the detail without actually giving the speech. You know what I mean?
I do a 2-hour historical speech about the history of Russia, and
Yeah, that's
but
true.
yeah,
My
that's
history
also
degree.
why I like, and I know like I have to say this caveat with a group I trust, with player I know that are not like just trying to win at D&D, right? Just like that get what we're trying to do here. I let them like make their role and stuff like that, because then they can go straight into like, oh, I'm gonna make a speech. I probably need to make like some my speech skill, whatever it is, depending on the game, right? And then depending you roll I, then you can go straight and say, oh, I make us like, and especially when we see the result, you can go straight to say like, oh, I make this rousing speech. And I, as a GM, I see that you roll, I see that you got a high result. I get what you're saying. I know, I get that that was a speech roll or whatever it is, whatever, right? So now, like, we can just go with that, and we don't have to say like, "Oh, I tried to do this," and then you make the roll and say, "Oh, but then that happened," right? Just like then it takes away this little retcon, which is not big deal, but like I always like to trim this little like this little excess and go straight in what actually happened.
Yeah, and you don't want to drag out every single dialogue that takes place. I mean, that would
Yeah.
get tedious. Like if you're at a dinner party and you know that you're trying to schmooze a character, you know he's into architecture, and you start talking to him about that. You don't want to actually drag out and have like a 30-minute conversation about Gothic cathedrals. Yes, I'm talking to him about this, trying to ingratiate myself and move
Yeah,
on.
but Doc, I know a lot about Gothic architecture. I'm spurging out on this Gothic
You know,
architecture.
speaking of the Spurgy thing, I once played a game with a guy who was an actual Navy SEAL, and we had this modifier. This game we're making for underwater knife combat. It's a -3, and he started going into this whole big diatribe about what's involved. We're like, yeah, that's the -3. Yep, that's it there. We got to the point where we're actually joking around about making an underwater knife combat role-playing game with like different classes, like pearl divers.
Oh, I think I've seen it on drive-through already. Yeah, it's already,
Someone get on it.
Yeah.
Because it was a good idea. We never had the time for.
Yeah. And yeah, what Nicolas says here too, like that, like what I used to do was start with direct speech, but then revert to the narrative. Like, oh, don't you have backbone? Don't you have family to protect? And then
I like that.
continue to rally them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that works, right?
That's good.
Yeah, just generalize basically. Yeah, it's I would say get that roll out there as soon as possible, so
Yeah.
you can decide on how that plays out, and the sooner you get that done, yeah. If the guy's not smart enough to come up with, then yeah, generalize what the speech was about. I want freedom for the people. I want to bring back broccoli sandwiches or whatever it is that he's and that'll be whatever it is in context of whatever game you're playing.
Yeah, and trying to state your intention as well could be a
Yeah.
good
Yeah,
idea in that case.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
just don't say like, oh, I do like a rousing speech or whatever, like an amazing speech. Well, what point are you trying to convey, stuff like that? Or what are you trying to, what reaction are you trying to incite?
What's your angle? You're attempting something.
Yeah.
So you say what you're trying, right? I'm trying to do this, then make the roll.
Yeah, and then sometimes that's what the role represents as well, right? Maybe it wasn't a bad speech, but you just didn't reach the effect that you
Yeah.
wanted to, right? You wanted to like they didn't take it as you wanted. Yeah, I say smart thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So Nicolas, it's your turn. Well, I say smart thing.
I say the smart stuff.
I dazzle
make the
them
roll.
with science.
Yeah.
Roll
And,
to see if you're a dumbass.
Hmm?
Roll to see if you're a dumbass. Now, I actually have a question about doing 4D.
Yeah.
Suppose, like, for instance, when we were playing Traveler, it's a very simple combat system.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you were playing a much more crunchy game where a lot of tactical decisions have to be made in game. How would you handle that?
I would rule zero the game down to its basic mechanics and work from there. See what the players want to include in our when you do your session 0, starting up, developing what you're going to do for the game itself. Talk to the players, see what they want. If they want feats in there, if they want different aspects, it's totally okay. We'll have to figure out, okay, how do we integrate these without sounding too technical wise. We want to develop what we bring into the game to sound natural and not like a lot of mechanic jargon from the game, because you want to keep everybody who's watching, including those who don't play role-playing games. You might entice some people in. They might think that this is a like a radio show, and
Well,
they're that sort of thing.
For me, it's not even
So
that I worry about like an audience, because that's not the point of what I'm doing here,
Yeah.
right? I'm not playing for an audience, but for me, it's like I want to be able to stay in the mindset of my character as much as possible. And if I have
Yes.
like to come back too much to my character sheet and too much to game mechanic and stuff like that, right? It takes me out of that, right? Now, like I'm no longer into the mindset of my character, which is what role playing is for me, right? Now, like I'm playing this like kind of board game and stuff like that. And I do believe that some crunchy game or some games, not even sometimes like, or some are rules light, but like some games are just not really compatible maybe with this 4D style, right? You can always like trim them down, stuff like that, and try to force them into it. But some games just don't work quite as well for role play. Like some mechanic get more in the way role play, and even like a game like I talked with Phil about that at some point. We're playing Werewolf, right? The Apocalypse, and there's even in that game that is supposed to be very like role play heavy and storytelling heavy, focused and stuff like that. I do find there's a lot of mechanics that are a bit unwieldy and do get in the way of role play. Like just something as simple as your dice roll, like removing the one for success and stuff like that. Now it just like slow down the dice roll this little bit more. That when you roll your dice, now you have to take like an extra second to think about it. It takes you out, right? Now you're not in the scene anymore. Now you're not like seeing through the eyes of your character what's happening, and just like a quick glimpse on the dice. Now you're getting out because you have to. Okay, I got that many success and a specialization here, but I got that many one, and now you just have this extra step to do that I find very harmful personally. Maybe I'm just too dumb for the system.
Make your skill check. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what Max just said there. There are some games that are designed to be tactical with a grid. And they tell you, right? Most of the games will tell you this is supposed to be. And the way they tell you sometimes is not directly but indirectly based on the movement rules of the game. So everything is in squares. Okay, well that's telling you something. That's telling you that this game is designed to be measured out with on a table with miniatures or some kind of representation. It's
a board game
and
advertised as a
for those
as a
of
role
us
play.
that come from like the Pathfinder First Edition 3.5 experience. If you're going to take a game that was originally designed very much around a battle mat or of some sort, and you're going to run it immersive or in character without a mat, it's all theater of the mind or just in your head, it takes a lot of effort on the player's part and on the game master part to change the lexicon of the game, or at least come to a mutual understanding that when you're saying this, you are applying this mechanic in the game. A good example of this that we ran into in my in-person game, because we used to use all the mats and the miniatures and even measuring sticks when we went gridless and all of that. You will have to describe very, very accurately where you are in the world if you're trying to use something like flanking, or I'm trying to target a group of enemies. We'll go, well, where are the enemies? So it does make it challenging, and there has to be an understanding from the players and the game master that this, if anything, I find as the guy running the game, I tend to be less stringent when it comes to, or exacting when it comes to things like the range on a, let's say they're doing a ranged attack. So am I going to measure out, well, this is actually 2 range increments, or you're within 1.5, or you're just on the border of 1. I tend to err on the side of the players. So you know what I'm talking about, right, Doc? Like where you'd measure it out. Well, this is a short bow, so the short range is this, and then if we go a little beyond that, and then how much, like, is your ally closer to you than to the enemy, or is it closer to the enemy than to you, and then it gives cover to the enemy, or all of those very tactical decisions. We do still have we can have tactical type combat, but it is heavily dependent on everyone understanding the coded language, the language such that, okay, I hide behind here, I peek around the corner. That's coded language for I have near total cover, right? I'm just barely looking around the corner. So there's there's a game mechanic associated with that, but we have to all understand and be on the same page so that the game master doesn't accidentally say, oh yeah, so the little minion guy hits you for such and such damage, and you're thinking, wait, how did he do that? He's way across, and I just peeked my eyes around just for a second to try to do like the Corbin Dallas thing, looking in how many hostages they have, how many bad guys. Right. It's just a second, and somehow he was able to one-shot me with his, so it requires a lot of practice, I find. And even then, like Max was saying, some games, they just aren't designed to forego the counting squares, measuring distances, doing the whole war game thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, any time you play a theater of the mind game, you're involved in a big guesstimation and close enough kind of scenario to begin with. Yeah. But and you can do that with a lot of the rules, but at some point, like they break down. Like I remember watching one time I watched Critical Role early on, and I was like 10 minutes into this, and like they're not playing this game. They're not actually mechanically playing this game.
Sometimes they are. I'm not most familiar with it. Sometimes they did bring the.
Watched any really.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Was Critical Role, were they using a grid at the time, or was that all theater of the mind that they were doing?
It was all theater of the mind, but they were going through things that like they clearly weren't using the mechanics because things would have taken much longer than they did. Yeah. Things weren't addressed that you would have to bring up. I mean, and you could do a lot. Like somebody, I can't remember who it was, actually did a totally mapless round of BattleTech, which I didn't even think was possible.
We used to do that a lot.
Yeah, and
without a map.
Yeah, it can be done.
It can be.
Yeah.
But you can I think it's good to use the rule, right? Because we're still playing a game and stuff like that. But you don't have to use all the rule as well, right? The rules are there also to serve the game, like to serve the role play and what you're trying to do, right? Sometimes if some rules get in the way of what you're trying to achieve, like I have no qualm about like saying, you know what, this rule, it's out, right? I don't care about it.
I did a bunch of videos way back about different perspectives from each of the players. And they could, and what I feel as a game master is it doesn't matter to me. I'll give the layout. I'll say, it's a large room, pillars, like 6 pillars and 2 exit ways and some barrels. It's up to you guys to decide on where those barrels are, where the pillars are, and everybody's kind of got their own little view on Doc will have his idea of what he's seeing in his mind, Crispy will have his, Max will have his, and I just gave out the just what's in there. Doesn't matter. I don't even write that down where it is. I'm just give the layout and let you guys play with it. And if somebody's preoccupying one guy by shooting at him, the other guy, Mac, if Crispy's doing that, Max can come in and have advantage on that same opponent because now he I'm imagining laying down fire, or if you're attacking like D&D, Crispy's attacking the guy, Max can come in and get the +2 on the side to flank him or whatever.
And when you interact with those elements of scenery, the barrel and stuff like that, then like the way you like as a player, you visualize them and then you interact with them, right?
Yeah.
Then you kind of fix them in the world, and then the other player should listen to the other player playing as well, right?
Yeah.
And then like, okay, like that's not exactly, but okay, we're going with that, right? Just like because like it was still kind of fluid in my mind. Okay, there's pillar, there's barrel. Maybe I imagined the barrel close to the pillar somehow, but like at some point you go in the middle where the barrels are. And okay, then they're in the middle, right? I didn't interact. I didn't do nothing with my idea. So like, okay, now like we're going with what you're doing something. So I'm not gonna say, oh, I thought the barrel was in the middle, like on the pillar. Like it's like it doesn't matter if it wasn't precise. It wasn't matter. And once a player like interact with them, now it's being precise, and now it does matter, right? So now we stick with that, right? Just like
Yeah, you're
that's
right.
a support.
It doesn't matter until it does, and it
Yeah,
does when
exactly.
when a player has his character interact with it. And I encourage my players to kind of make their own if they need it. Make their own map.
Yeah.
Like you can. There's nothing preventing you if you really. Some people, like I've had players where they find they're much better at visualizing it in their head if they can just quickly sketch out. Okay, here's the room. Here's the guy there,
Oh.
and I've even done that as the game master without going full into a battle map. Here's the layout of the train. Okay, that's the train. That's just where the train is. We're not going to go into how many, squares are in the train. It's not that kind of map. It's just the rough idea of the train because it was important to me that cars of the train didn't switch positions.
Position, yeah.
And you could do the same thing with our traveler game. Okay, so I pull up a schematic of the ship and download it to my wrist comp. Okay, so now I have a rough idea. It doesn't have to be, it's not a blueprint.
Yeah,
It's
flow
maybe
charts
just
work well for that.
yeah.
Like, oh, this room linked to
Yeah.
that room, and then, yeah, that it's easy. It's easy to. Hello, Phil. How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Phil the Trail.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
It's social.
Good, good.
I like it.
I was enjoying Crispy's video he just put up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yeah,
Oh.
thank you.
Yeah,
have
because
like
I
a
was
real-
probably being too much of a Phil fanboy through most of it.
No,
but
just
it was
right.
great.
Well, link your channel in the chat because I was looking for it the other day. I didn't find it.
Oh, me? Oh, okay.
you. Oh, yeah. You have to put in the private chat. I can put it in the private chat. I'll put it in
Just
the
look up
regular.
Table Runner Crispy.
Yeah,
Table
your
runner's one word.
at sign. Yeah.
At
Yeah.
Table Runner or something, right?
Yeah, but fucking like YouTube is retarded with the.
It's at Table
You,
Runner.
you search like the name of a channel like verbatim, and it's gonna say, "Oh, watch those video about table runner." instead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
that's
ever
right.
if
You'll
you
get
ever
a bunch
watch
of grandmas knitting,
Yeah.
that's what you get.
if you ever watch the videos on my end, I usually put everybody's channel underneath so that you if you're curious, oh, who's this guy? Yeah, it's Table Runner Crispy. Click on that. Boom. Away you go.
I typed
There you
in
go.
Table R into Google search or to YouTube search. You were the third result.
No kidding. Oh,
My
wow.
goodness.
Whoa,
Up
It's
and coming.
popular.
going so yeah, it's going someplace.
Look at you.
Yep.
It might have been Table RU. I don't know.
People are you.
It's a big difference.
What so yeah, any thought on that, Phil? You just like came in there.
So I
Did
swooped
you-
in. My kid
Did
went
you
to
what?
bed.
Did you
and
listen to what we're talking?
I heard something about train cars. There was barrels.
Well, Doc had a good question. He was just
Oh, yeah.
asking, in a
Apologies. I
4D
was not
style, when it's all theater of the mind, how would you resolve highly tactical or location-based, grid-based systems? Like, how would you do that? Is there a...
You don't use them.
Yeah,
typically, right?
that was kind
Could
of...
you
Well,
use
even
the
on
answer?
that though, say you had just have a system that has like your turns broken down into very defined segments, like spells, missiles, movement, non-combat, melee.
Yeah.
I guess if everybody's familiar with it, you can just kind of roll through it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what we
so
did
you-
with Pathfinder, because Pathfinder would have you have your minor action, move action, standard action. You'd have a swift action. You could have all these other types of actions on your turn, and we just had to agree as a table that everyone understands how their character uses those things, and then they describe what their character's doing, and by the description, we each could slot in that kind of action, and if there was a question about it, then after the game, we would have to sit down and say, okay, at this point where you were doing this, that was actually a turn violation because you did this, this, and this. That's actually 2 standard actions, but we didn't correct it in the moment, Doc, because that would have slowed everything right down.
Yeah.
And what's even better than that is what we're doing now, which is your turn is brief. It takes the amount of time, the action should take the amount of time that you're stating it. and we're not so concerned about whether it's a swift or a reaction or a, you know what I mean?
I
Like
don't,
there's
I
just
don't
so
know that
many of
we've
them.
I don't know that we've played a game with a system like that yet.
We haven't.
As far as these streams go, I don't know if you guys have in your own tables.
Not on the streams. I've tried it a little bit in my in-person game, but I think we're gonna have to get Flame Zombie
Yeah.
to run us through a Pathfinder game
Well,
and
I-
see if we
I-
can 4D it. Because
I did in my playtest of Bastard Sword, because in Bastard Sword like we often like talk about like not using initiative and stuff like that, and I need to figure out a way to do it on stream efficiently. I think in person it's much easier. Because
Probably
you can
have
just,
to
like,
do the Rick method where you have a little overlay going.
a little overlay where you can just like display your initiative number, and then we can like the GM can just call you in order, right? On your
Type
skin,
your little initiative on the bottom right there.
yeah, that'd
Have
be like
another
the
spot for whatever.
but it needs to be like unobtrusive enough. I don't want people like to fuck around with technology and shit like that, right? That I think that would be like the way to do it. But because also your initiative number like can vary a lot in combat.
Yeah, it's a big part of your system.
It's a big part because you stagger people and stuff like that. You try to slow them down or speed you up, and you can also decide to act fast.
Do you know how
Yeah, they have some
volleyball
measures.
works?
The what?
You know how like in volleyball, the person who makes the serve is the only one that can score a point. So it's kind of like that's how I see your game. The only person within
The person or
the team.
Yeah, the team. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
whoever has initiative is the only one that really gets to do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
hate
Yeah,
to
it's
break it
kinda
to you,
really
Phil.
matters.
They've changed the rules of volleyball now.
Oh,
It's no
no.
longer rally. Like it's no longer you have to have possession of serve to score a point. I know it's ridiculous, but I know
they
what you're
changed
saying.
that now?
All right, nerd.
I know.
All right.
I'm spurging out on volleyball.
That's really interesting. I really want to. I'm really hoping my kid plays volleyball because I love
yeah,
that
for sure.
sport. I wish there was men's volleyball in high school.
There is. There is. I
Is that a
played it.
Canadian thing?
There
Yeah.
used to be, anyways.
I played
as
They
far as I
they
know.
don't let women play football,
So they make
and they
them
don't
play
let
volleyball.
men play volleyball.
Yeah, stuff goes
All right.
on. When I was in high school,
For
there was
fairness.
a rifle team that
Oh,
would
that's cool.
never fly now.
Yeah.
That would never,
Yeah.
that would never fly now. People would
But yeah,
lose their
and
mind.
to come back on the question about the crunchy thing,
Yeah,
because
sorry.
like that's something that's that like I said, like I'm designing a game that is a bit more crunchy, but I'm trying to make it like work. And I think one big thing is like that is like when I said like if your resolution take too long, that's a killer for roleplay. And Crispy was talking about the movement rule. I think that's true as well, and that's something I did in Bastard Sword. What basically I use as oftentimes as a basic measure of movement
Yeah.
is the step. So like you're 1 step, 2 step, 3 step away from the game. So then you can just say easily, oh, I take a step toward the guy, I'm the ranger, I take my spear, and I, whatever. Just like I always try to have like those mechanics that flow in natural language. For me, that's very important.
Mhm.
So if you just like talk about the mechanic you're using, it naturally forms sentences that are descriptive of actually what you're doing, right? So I'm trying with that to keep the cinematic feel.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this the last time you mentioned this to me, but Crimson Dragon Slayer, they have a range where it's like short, long, ranged,
Yeah.
and so like, and then I guess round. But
That's
it's like a long, would be like a
Avengers-
spear.
Is that
Yeah,
Avengers
I
game?
have,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Avengers.
Yeah. I have that as well. I have like 3 range. I have like a close, medium, long for melee, and then like far range if you're like
That's good.
a bow or a gun or whatever.
But yeah, those little one-word descriptors. I'm really looking forward to describing my action with them.
But and I think also when you look at game, some game just in the writing or just in the mechanic come about as very competitive. I think Pathfinder and those line of game, and even the Dungeon and Dragon, they're kind of one of those game, right? Especially like the game when you have to look a lot for like a modifier and stuff like that, and you always try to stack the odd in your favor as much as you can, right? And you activate all those skills and stuff like that, right? It does bring about much more like the gamey side, in a sense, because now like, oh, you got this fight, and when you have like challenge rating and stuff like that, right? There's this notion of like, oh, the GM's gonna present you a tough fight that is challenging, but you have a chance to overcome and stuff like that, right? It's very gamey by nature, and I think those also like they're not necessarily like the best candidate for role playing, if like for role playing in a role playing game, because they're much more like a combat game in a sense, right? There's this competitive aspect to it.
I guess that's the question you're trying to answer, right?
Yeah, that would be part of it. Can you have like a crunchier
think
game where
that-
the crunch serve the role play instead of getting in the way of it?
I think that system mastery becomes way more important when you're trying to like, not slow down the game.
Yeah.
It's going to
Oh,
be
but
huge for the crunchy,
Yeah, if everyone's
Crunchy
fluent in
bastards
the
will.
rules, it'll go a lot faster.
especially those combat maneuvers. I know I keep bringing that up to you, and you keep telling me it's not a problem, but it's like if you need. I feel like you have to have really good knowledge of the game to do it well. So it's like it's almost like that's why I think I'm saying it's more intricate than you think it is, but
Well, because the way I see like they're like I put them like in the combat maneuver. They're like in advanced combat, right? And I say like you should know like the basic combat, advanced combat. You should know what's relevant to your character.
yeah,
Like even though like anybody can do anything, but like it doesn't mean like. And some of them are like like I mentioned like acting fast, right? That's one of the maneuver you can do. It's not complex. You just like
Yeah.
you can act before your turn, but you can have a malice to your action, right? Because you're rushing. So that's it. That's all there's to know. That's one maneuver, right? There's a lot of them that are just that very simple thing, right?
you say that's simple, but that's like 4 concepts you have to know about in order to do it, right?
But basically 3 of them you need to know already because
Yeah.
they're very basic in the game.
It's true.
But you'll see when we do the playtest
Good.
eventually.
forward to it.
I'm
getting
gonna be a
closer.
desert goblin in the playtest. I don't know if that's
I
cool.
might do like a human only.
He'll be adopted by desert goblins.
Yeah. With
You know
witchcraft.
the interesting thing that bringing us back to when we're describing things, like for instance, if you're trying to be tactical and you're describing the area, the advantage of the person that has initiative is they're the ones that are able to place things in how they see it first, so that when the second person comes along, they can kind of, oh, okay, I see how this is going, and they can jump on top of that and devise their own plan from the other players too. So, something to think about with your creation of your game.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is the implementation of the initiative. That person gets to kind of have his co-creation before everybody else does.
Yeah,
So
that's true. That's true, Rick.
Yeah, that's true.
Are we
That's
talking about a VTT right now, like a hex scroll?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Could
just
you
make
use
sure.
it? No.
I mean, we're doing theater of the mind still, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
theater of the mind.
Okay.
But like I like because if you get your turn first, and you implement something in the scene, right?
Yeah.
Then it's there for everybody that come after you.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that we were
Yeah.
just talking about like before you start listening. Probably
obviously.
we're
I
talking
don't know
about like
what
it's like the spiller and barrel in the room that have been described, but it hasn't been specified where the barrel are. Well, the first player, if you want to do something with the barrel, you get the chance to specify where they are, and then like they're there for everybody, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that really screwed me up the other day because I used to coming out of a system where you never assumed anything. Like if you tried to like sneak something like that in, you were trying to pull something over, and you'd get smacked down for it.
Yeah.
So I was like very hesitant to do that just because of this
Yeah.
reflexive action that had been built in.
It's not. It's not
You suffered a trauma, and we're here to help.
exactly. But that's something that's interesting to talk about because like that was your first experience. That was your first experience in this style of play, I guess, right? And just like it's not, and people say like, oh, it's just like, oh, what are you talking about? You just like don't play with the rule. No, it's not easy, and there are still rules, and there not only we have the rule of the game, we also have rules for role play, right? For our role play that we talk about, and oftentimes the games don't give you rules for role play, even though they're supposed to be role playing game. But all those things, like when you say like keeping your turn short, we said what kind of like assumption or interjection or co-creation you can do, stuff like that, right? There's some rules there as well, right? But yes, and you need to. It's hard. You kind of need to trust, right? There's a big element of trust, and that's something that we've been playing with each other for a while now, and we're getting better at it, right? But yeah, you need to be able to say, like, oh, okay, am I gonna be like slapped down, stuff like that? Yeah, that's a real worry at some point. Am I pushing too much?
Yeah. Well, when you're beginning, you don't. It's entirely up to you how much co-creation you want to put into it as a player. If you're fine with if Crispy went first and you're like, oh, okay, he's filling in all the spots for my questions in my head, and then Phil comes in and does his. By then, Doc, you don't have to add anything else, or even if you started, you could just hide behind the pillar or whatever and take a pot shot or whatever it is that you imagine, and everybody's like, okay, now a pillar's close to us, where Doc's hiding behind it, okay, we have cover here, and the game will reflect upon everybody else's turn further on and fill in all that information, which is kind of neat. So
yeah, and Rick, that's why I went on this kick. Nobody watching this will know, but I went on this kick about social contracts because I thought it may be helpful before the game starts to give the players the parameters of what is up for their creation. So
yeah,
and it could be as much as anything, which we've done, or it could be limited to it's just details within the environment but not NPCs, or
right.
It could be like that's where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking of Doc's experience and how different it is, or it's maybe a bigger change than we sometimes want to acknowledge. And how could we facilitate that experience for a new player so that they come into it knowing, okay, well, here's the guidelines and I can stay within here, but if this is too far, I can't just decide I have an item that is supposedly rare in the world and I can just suddenly put that in my pocket. No, I mean, there's got to be some limits.
Well, also there could be different environmental things. Like, for example, you're out in the woods, say, and it's snowing, and we come across an old abandoned cabin. Like, for instance, if I was running the game, I might be very put off by that.
That's
Right.
I would like that's a bit much, I find.
Yeah,
right?
where you're just like shutting down the threat.
Because
Yes.
exactly that's
Yeah,
a whole big
exactly.
scene, right?
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't like conjure up stuff that give you a direct advantage necessarily, like or that makes you win, right? Small stuff, right? Stuff like that, stuff that makes sense, stuff
There
that
was
you can
a-
carry on yourself, or stuff that
You're
are
in the kitchen and there's a knife, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
There's a point in the second Fear City where where I'm like checking, where I like pull down the visor down and the keys come down in the first car, and I go to another car and I pull the visor down. Just like, I'm like, I'm not
I
gonna afford
remember that.
another set of keys. It's not raining keys all the time.
Everyone
Yeah,
does
and-
the
So I
same
felt
thing.
like I should
and you can
give
always like,
Crispy the option to choose whether to manifest or not.
exactly, you
It's
can
like,
always like err
roll
on
a
the
die,
side,
you
on
bitch.
the err on the side of caution, right? You can always like and I think that's like, and just say like, I look for I look for a knife, or I
Yeah.
open the door and I'm searching for a knife or anything sharp.
Yeah, but that's like
Right.
the 3D.
Yeah, that's a 3D stuff, which is still all right. It's still good, right?
So it's kind of like you have like a 4D mana bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you push a bit too
You
much,
get- it fills up as it goes along, then you use
I
it,
just
right?
like
You use it up.
I feel like this came about also because I spawned like 20 NPCs in Rick's game. It's like Jesus with the army already.
That was interesting because that kept me on my toes. That was the first time I've let people like actually do NPCs and stuff, and that was very interesting. And
But-
I'm very experimental. I want to see how things work. And but the thing is, if you ran a particular style of game, like say you're doing a Call of Cthulhu or something like that, you might have a hidden premise which is in the game and a reason for why things are happening. You could explain in the open premise to the players that such underling things are going on in the city right now, but they don't have the under premise, which is the cultists and they're the cultists of whoever, right? So when it comes to those games,
have a false flag going.
Yeah, you don't want to have the players creating characters that are kind of out of place to what the premise is developing into.
Right.
Because there's certain things that you might want to have as a cool thing as the game master. Your cool thing as the game master, bringing it into the game. It's not to say that it's kind of like a it's not to say that it's like a something that has to be like as a solid thing. It could be mixed with something that some of the players say during the game that could happen as well, and you're like, oh, that sounds even better than my idea, and you meld that in, right? But I think every game should have kind of like how much can you co-create? I'll let you guys co-create just the vicinity things around you, just to fill in. If you're in a kitchen, you'll find a knife in there. Oh yeah, you'll find a can opener. Whatever.
I feel like it was a little unique in my situation because I was literally a cult leader. So I was like, well, I have cultists somewhere on this damn shit.
And I was the same in
I'm
that
running
game
into
because as being the security, like it would be like I created a lot of NPC as
Yeah,
well
you did
because
too.
it like, made sense.
Yeah.
But I really like that in that game because it made and even like Sean also created people and but I felt like it made me feel like that the station was alive with people on it because we could just turn around and talk with somebody. Like the GM didn't always have to tell us like, oh, there's people there. So now like I'm free in my mind to when a scene is depicted, like, oh, we're in the restaurant. You don't have to tell me like there's a bunch of people there. Like I assume there is. If I want to interact with them, I will. Right? I just like I turn to a patron and say, hey, you, whatever. Just like so. For that, that's something I personally like.
Yeah, when I'm GMing, I tend to actually forget about those faceless NPCs a lot, actually. So I think it's a benefit too. Anyways,
I think defined parameters are very useful because you don't want to turn it into a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I take out a mountain 4 times my size from behind me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe you want to do that. That could be interesting for a night.
no, I don't.
Well, that's important for the player, like to understand the tone, and understanding what we're trying to do here, right? That we have some respect for the game, right? Yeah. Nicholas was saying, no Deus Ex Machina. Could he instead find a perfect set of dried branch, though?
Oh, yeah.
Could find some wood. You could think his character can think they're perfectly dry, but then the GM can always come and say, well, you know what? As you try to light them up, you're right. Like they're not as dry as you thought they were, right? So those kind of things, like they're kind of a bit easier to. If you went too far, I'm gonna bring you back a bit.
It actually has a hornet's nest in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you have to at some point you're gonna have a skill check. So have a skill check.
Yeah.
Why not?
Anything else on that, guys?
I don't want to play silly games anymore. That's what the Wendy's game taught.
I'm with you on that one. No more silly games, unless we try like Daggerheart or something. I don't know.
Daggerheart.
Well, the Wendy's game was a silly game, but we kind of took it seriously,
Well, that was the whole humor behind it. Is that
Yeah,
we're gonna have like
but
a
it was-
serious?
First
But it was just
step
one
is it's
long
silly.
pun, and it,
Yes, it was very punny. I thought when MrMax was using his voice, I was like, I just couldn't get out of my head that old O. Henry commercial where the guy says the big chunk of fudge, you know, and if you've
right.
ever
I
recalled
remember
that
that,
one.
yeah.
It's just
Maybe a
like,
lot of the fun
oh,
like
I'm
went
gonna
over my
die
head,
here.
so it didn't affect me as much.
It was weird because I thought you were kind of the best at it. The puns.
Yeah,
At the fun, me.
Yeah.
it was
I don't have a sense of
great.
humor.
Right, it worked, man. I don't know. Like you were the best at deadpanning the ridiculous Wendy's.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I've seen that silly games only really work if you play them straight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it degenerates. Like take like Gamma World. Gamma World is fucking bonkers.
Yes.
Everything about it is just over the top and ridiculous and absurd. It's playable if you play it completely straight. Take it seriously. That's where the humor comes in and works.
Also, yeah, like especially when we do the co-creation stuff like that, like you need to. I think you should not try to. You should not try to one up each other, right? Because otherwise it's gonna become a competition and stuff like that. No, we should build on one another, right? So I think there's that as well. That's what I was trying to do. But
Yeah.
yeah, froze your meat. Is that something I said?
Grows your It's so hard to play it, but it's not a bad watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much should the players know before the game, beside the main premises?
Should know their own character really
Yeah.
well. That's for sure.
Know your character's motivations. What
And
the character's
ideally, there's probably a couple of connections.
Yep.
And it'd be good if player characters did that on their own.
Man, that's was always my favorite thing in the world. Whenever I was running a game, if the players would like work out how they knew each other in advance,
Yeah.
it would save me so much grief and
I
headache.
think that's one of the main issues I had when I was like lost in the 2D woods before I found the light. You know what I mean? Where I was like, anytime we set up a game, we're like, okay, who wants to know me? And everyone would be like, what?
What?
I'm a ranger. Like,
That's
okay,
all we need to
alright.
know. You're a ranger, level 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's the old character.
fucking
But like
ranger.
that's in the last Traveler game that we did, and we this game came about like pretty last minute and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
because we were a crew of pirates and stuff like that, but the character like all came like join. I think like we'd have benefit to have like a session like all be together for the, like this session 0 where we do character creation stuff like that, because we were a crew, we should know each other, we work with each other beforehand and stuff like that, because that's also something like you should know your character. If you're a crew that you've worked with the other guys, you should know them, right? We should have some tactic, we should have like a modus operandi, right?
Well, Rick, you know Traveler much better than I do. Isn't it like like we're using the software thing to generate the Traveler characters, but normally you would do that in a session 0 with the other players, because there's the thing that each player has an opportunity to share someone else's event, and if you do share the event, then you each get an extra skill.
Oh,
Maybe that's a Mongoose second edition thing. But you have that, and you can do that a maximum of 2 times. So you can your life story is connected to someone else's, which we can't do with the software, but in person you can do it.
You can, but there's also a problem as you're creating your character. You don't know how many terms you're going to be doing, right? So every character is going to be like different ages, and if that young character that had an incident, he could easily manipulate who he met or connected with all the rest of the players, no problem. But that older character is going to have all those terms before that the first character couldn't connect to.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I did to try to fix that is that when we went around the table making the characters, each player would just do one term at a time.
But then you're luck with having character of the same
you're
age.
backwards though.
Then you're always at the same age, unless someone decides, okay, I'm out. Like I'm not. Then they're out of the character creation.
I see.
And
All you
the
gotta
others
do
that's
is-
in can keep going on
if
their
everyone
terms.
just makes their characters and then you sit down together and just work it out.
And then
there.
you connect
Yeah.
everybody. Yeah, you can do it
Yeah,
that
like
way.
puzzle piece.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
You
if
just
you
use
say I'm out,
cryogenic
also is like,
freeze.
Hmm?
You use like cryo freeze or light
Yeah.
speed to really
Yeah.
mess with people's ages.
But remember, Crispy, if you're all starting term 1, right, and the guy bugs out, and you're continuing on with the terms, that guy should be aging along, but he's not. You have to reverse it. Yeah.
You have
So
to reverse
yeah.
it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's either
really
you got to write down all your connection points, but don't define them yet, and then you can go back and say, okay,
This
with
is
your
when.
last term, who is all doing what, and then you can say, oh, I'm connected to him, easily. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But also, you should know the main premise. You should know like the big line of the setting. I'm a big advocate of keep it like short and let the player make assumption and add up to the setting, right? I'm not there to be told the story, and especially not to be fucking lore dumped. I fucking hate that. If I need to read a fucking Bible about your world, especially like if it doesn't bring anything, you just want to like you making like a writing exercise of world creation, and then like, well,
Yeah.
why do I care that those guys are not quite elves, right? But they're something different, and then like, and it doesn't make any fucking difference. You could just have used the trope, and it would have saved the same purpose, right? Oh, you changed some meaningless detail about them. I don't fucking care, right? Use the trope, stuff like that.
Well, when I've had complicated worlds, what I'll do is I'll just have like a big packet and give it to everybody. It's like, read what you want, know as much about it as you want beforehand.
And it's also always remember, like, the player need to know what the character knows.
Yeah. Like if you're
It's a bit
playing like a nobleman, you're going to need to know something about what's going on with the politics
Yeah.
in the area. Just
Yeah, and maybe you don't need to know about the growing season, stuff like that. If you're playing a peasant, it's gonna be reversed. If you're playing an explorer, maybe you know a little bit more about the geography.
But I'm going to spurg out on like planting and
Yeah, exactly.
on
Well, that's
fertilizer mixes, how much
Volleyball.
nitrogen fixation we're going to have in the soil.
you're gonna put like dirt in our wound.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I miss that character. I miss that
Character's awesome.
father. Oh, what was his
Um,
name? Barris, I
I-
think.
Varys, yeah.
Paris.
Isn't that like the benefit of 4D is that the player can kind of
Yeah, exactly. It's a big
Yeah.
benefit of it.
decide they know
Yep.
something?
Yep.
Yeah. So you don't
Yep.
really have to tell the players everything their characters know. 'Cause
And
that's
No,
impossible.
exactly. That's impossible. And like, only tell if it's important, right?
Yeah.
If you can be like flexible, I mean, like,
Part
no,
of
I
the
don't
premise.
exactly, like, oh, the name of this baron, whatever, that you might know, like, well, if you want to make it up, I don't, it doesn't matter, right? Maybe I did have something like, oh, okay, we'll go with your thing then, right? It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't.
And that's also like to bring back to the main topic, also like when we talk about like, well, kind of the main topic, but also like linked to like, the player can make something up that his character knows. His character is a dumbass. Maybe you just know. Maybe you just think that a lot of people like go around with a false assumption about the world, like in the real world, right? You talk to the average person, and they think they know a bunch of shit. They don't know jack right?
True.
I guess so. I find that everyone knows. No, I don't know.
I'm an elitist.
All
starting
right.
so strong there. Everyone's
I've enjoyed this conversation, but I've got to run. Thanks for having me on, Max, and look forward to seeing you gentlemen tomorrow.
I'm gonna leave you a really detailed comment on your video.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate
Working
that.
on it.
I
I'll have to
appreciate
watch
that.
us later.
Yeah,
All
watch
right,
it.
thank you for
Okay.
joining Crispy.
Catch
Thank
you later,
you.
man.
See you later, guys.
See, Crisby. Hell.
Wild hell.
Yeah. So you say like things should be summarizable. One paragraph should be enough for you to get the hang of it. Otherwise, it's not a setting; it's a novel. And I would say like paragraph, go with fucking bullet point. Like that. That'd be like my advice, right? As much as you can,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, you really don't want to overwhelm people when give them like too much read. Just simple idea. If they have any questions, you have enough time to go back and forth with the player to kind of like hammer out maybe a couple of details that the player might be interested in the game. But yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let them learn stuff as when they're in the game is some of the cool stuff that you can bring up as well. Oh, I didn't know that that it worked that way. Very cool. It's stuff that you learn in the game too. Oh, he knows him. Oh my God. Dun dun dun. Yeah.
The big bane of my existence when I was running games was always the player backstories where they got way too into them. Like they'd show up with like a binder.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. This guy's gonna die in 5
But
minutes.
like I have a theory with that, with the backstory, eh?
Yeah.
I think I think like with 1D and 2D game, what we would call like when there's no real role playing, when the player don't have real agency, especially when you have like a GM that do a lot of like railroading. I think that trains the player to do big backstory, because if I'm gonna come to the table, I made like this character and stuff like that, and now like I don't have agency about my character. You're gonna railroad me. You're gonna force me to go to, like, you're telling a story with this character I made. The backstory is kind of my chance of telling a story about this character, right? If you don't railroad, and if we all like on co-creation, and you don't make the player your audience, now like I don't have to make a backstory, because I'm gonna figure out I'm gonna create the story of this character while by playing it, right? Because I'm gonna be in control. So I think there's a link there between railroading and backstory.
I think that something I'm finding is that I'm worried that I'm like dropping everything I ever did. You know what I mean? Like like with what you're saying, like no backstory.
Yeah.
I think that I think if you have a little, it's probably better. I think it's really good idea to have a pretty solid idea as to what kind of personality you have.
Yes.
Yes,
Going into the game, and like obviously motivations and stuff, but
Yeah.
motivations are tied to backstory.
Your player like lived before and stuff like that. You have like a backstory, you have goal, you have like something your character want to achieve. Doesn't mean he will, right? And that always change. But
I'm pretty happy with. I think that having a pretty thorough backstory is probably better for 4D, because you actually get to use it as opposed to in a 2D game.
It's on the level of backstory, right? Like I often say, like the interesting part of your life, your character should be, when we do one shots, a bit different, because like it's really like a segment. So your character could have done, like, especially we play like older characters like that, I could have done like awesome stuff before, right? And the life path character generation also can take care of that, which I like.
That's true.
But when you do a campaign stuff like that, like you should say like, well, the interesting part of this character life are going to be told at the table. So don't give me like, oh, I did all this before, like, if your character is to do that, we'll do it through play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with that. I would say that the GM doesn't need to know your back. I'm curious to see if you think, how much does a GM need to know about a player character before the game?
It depends on how much you want to integrate into it.
Yeah.
Like, I liked backstories, but I want it on an index card. My rule is if it's more than a page, don't even show it to me. I don't want to know about it.
Okay, so you do want to know a
I
little
like
backstory.
knowing something. So if somebody gives me something like, oh, I can do something with that, I mean, that's great. Or it gives me ideas, especially if multiple people work on them together, where they're both involved in something in the past. Oh, I can bring this up. So that's great. So and also, I think it's a new phenomenon too, with like the newer generations of players that just have these like immense novels written about their characters. Because I mean, I played my first game of D&D in like 78 when I was like 9 years old, and we didn't even name our characters till they got to 5th level, because they're gonna freaking die.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and also like that's also like that's what I was talking about when I was talking about like the link with the railroading. And I think the player that don't want the character, like, don't want the character to die, and the GM should have the consent of the player to have the character die, right? I think all this bullshit come also from railroading, because like now, like I made this character, and now you're gonna tell a story about this character I made. It's like I'm lending you this character, and I don't get to role play him. So if you kill him and you win a railroad and stuff like that, now you feel like it's kind of rude, right? Like, oh man, I lend you my character to tell your story with, right?
Mhm.
It's the wrong mindset, but I think like maybe unconsciously, like there's a lot of that, right? When railroading come about, right? Just like, oh, I made this character, I'm gonna create a backstory because that's my chance of being creative with the character before the GM take him over. And then if you just kill him, like, well, you know what? Just like, you killed my character, man. Just
Yeah.
like, yeah.
He has a lot to do still. He's done nothing that he ever aspired to do.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
when I'm game mastering, it's if it's a level up, like you're starting from first level onwards kind of idea,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have very much of a backstory. You should have,
That's
I was
sure.
a farmer, I was this, I tended pigs. That's all. That's all you need. Because as you continue on and increase in level, of course you're going to have more experience. And you write things down. That becomes your backstory. Then the in-game experience becomes your backstory. But when you have the traveler character made from generating from numerous terms, however you've created your character, I think it's neat as a game master to go ahead and pull out some of those rivals and enemies and stuff like that, and have that kind of set aside as pushes for later on. And
It's so easy.
when it makes it's so nice, and then your character feels like, oh my god, not these guys again, and it just brings him into the the
Yeah, I think also
setting.
it can be also interesting to have, like, when you have like rival and connection and stuff like that, to keep them open, especially in the 4D style, because then, like, if somebody, like, in the game, like the GM, like, bring back an antagonist for some reason, then you if you're okay with that also maybe go in the social contract on co-creation. You can also say like, oh man, that's like, oh, there's my rival that like made that. Oh, you're the one that fucking screwed me over in academy, stuff like that, right? Whatever, just like you can make those connections on the fly, and that's can be interesting as well.
And then what happens if that bounty hunter shows up wanting to go grab Phil's character, but he's Doc Flamingo's best friend?
Yeah.
Oh boy, now there's a big, huge twist in this whole thing, and the bounty hunter is saying, well, Doc, I know you're on his side, but I don't want to kill you. So and you have a bit of bantering back and forth and stuff, and it just creates a kind of a cool aesthetic on that role play as well.
Yeah, the more general it is to start with, the more places you can go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to crystallize too soon the what you have, because, like, you want to figure out true play. That's always the thing.
Yeah.
What about like barter skill and
the barter skill?
Yeah, barter skill or leadership skill. Like, so like in Traveler we have this leadership skill, and it seem hard to use sometimes.
Yeah, leadership's a tough one.
In that one, all you do is, it was pretty much like the way Crispy was saying with his character. He said he's trying to entice the rest of the players with a kind of like a rousing bit of a speech, and he's like, "Come on, guys, let's do this," blah blah blah, and then he rolled it to see if he influenced you guys to give you an extra edge, and we just went from there. So
yeah. Space Rudy say like leadership give bonus to mooks. Should it just be like that for NPC? Because that's also something like social skill in character versus character. That's a different thing as well, right? That's a whole different kind of worm.
Well, I think it's useful to give to like bonuses or penalties to even to player characters in certain situations. I mean, the more useful it is, the more useful it is.
But if you try to persuade somebody, right? And I guess like in a 4D group, right? Like if Phil got his character trying to persuade my character, and he make a roll, and I can see like, oh, he rolled well and stuff like that, I will let my character be persuaded
Sure.
and stuff like that. Is it taking away my agency? Well, not really, because like I don't know. What do you think?
You have to play him like you believe him
Yeah.
or whatever it is that he's doing. You know, you
It has to make
should.
sense. You want like convince me of doing something my character wouldn't do, right? Just
Well, if it's the
Yeah.
player's option, I think it's fine. I would never compel a player character to like believe something, or I mean, unless they were under some kind of influence, where they were literally had their agency taken away from them for some
yeah,
reason.
that's when we're talking about insanity and possession and hallucination. We
Yeah.
talk a lot about
Yeah,
that. And
that's a different matter. But I would never like make somebody's like influence role dictate another player's action.
We were almost going to get into some of that with Phil's character, with his psionic character, because he could have done some pretty wild things with that. I mean, he was trying, and
tried at the end,
and
and
Chris
then it was
Crispy
fine.
played it up pretty good. I think it was Crispy that you tried to influence somehow with.
I was just trying to read his head, his
poke
mind.
poke
Yeah.
into his head.
yeah, and he just described what he was thinking about straight
Yeah.
up. He picked up on that right away, and he did it right, I guess. No.
Yeah, it worked fine. It worked awesome. And it's a case of the players too, The players have agreed to kind of like do this thing, there's psionics and stuff. Yeah, there's going to be a situation that could possibly happen where oh, you're suddenly influenced, but play it up. It's your choice to play up how you were influenced that way. And it's cool to see a player take his character and roll with it. I mean, it's we're in a game. It's fine to die. It's a one shot. If you die, you die. It's but make sure it's a cool death.
I'm sure it's cool.
So, make sure it's cool.
I will say that Father Sisman, despite his charismatic abilities, didn't make a lot of friends among the player characters.
He was awesome though. He was so awesome. That was one of my favorite enemy type characters.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if
well.
y'all. Well, I don't want to influence you.
Oh, and while we're on the subject, let me apologize for losing my cool the game and killing the entire party.
Oh,
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, that was a good idea as well. I wasn't sure if we would die or not.
you died.
Dun, dun, dun.
I like that character.
I used command as Father Sisman to get NPCs to do things.
Yeah, and I didn't pick up on that well enough. I'm sorry, Phil.
You did once or twice.
Yeah.
And it's just like they did it.
Yeah.
I think I just used the word I command.
Yeah, come in, you and then
So I'm kind of wondering what that one word would be if you're using leadership.
But
Through the strength of my leadership.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you would
I
you would
encourage
use it as your action. You would state it as your action, using my leadership skill, try to influence my men.
Well, I
roll.
think you could do better than that, right? Just like that's very mechanical.
Well, then you roll, and then he
try
says
to
what he
lead my
has to
men.
say.
I lead my men to, just like, you can make it an action word.
Through my +2 in leadership.
With the farthest it's been, as a GM, I couldn't like tell maybe the player, maybe like they should have been like a little more on your side. They went but that's also part of the background that they had for the character. Like I asked them all like, are you religious? How do you feel about the religious institutions, stuff like that? So they all went different direction, right?
That's I guess that's kind of really my point. Like the player characters have such deep like stories where like there should be so many more modifiers floating around, different past experiences that these player characters own that would influence whether or not they'd listen to Father Sisman if he was persuasive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just kind of don't. I don't know. don't like social rules between players at all, pretty much.
Not a big fan either. On, but like I think, like I said in 4D, like if the player, like if there's like buy-in from the player, and it just like
Mhm.
and they're okay with it, and just like you know what, okay, I'll yield to your
Yeah.
if it makes sense. Like if you're pushing too far, you're pushing too far, right? There's no way like I'm gonna sleep with you, but
You say that now, but you haven't seen my roll.
oh no, not 20.
Oh shit.
Most game have too many social skill.
Yeah, I agree. I wish there was much more limited.
Yeah, do I have too many? I don't think I have that many.
You have like 100 skills.
You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of ways you can play off of fail or success in those
There's
in those
never too
social
many.
rules. So, in the case that Phil was saying, if you rolled really high, but he's definitely some scuzzy bum from the, but he rolled super high, he got like whatever, the maximum roll he could get. You could say that the woman or whoever he's trying to influence doesn't take him seriously, but it just kind of laughs it off and says, "Oh, you're so cute," kind of idea, instead of smacking him in the face and and macing him in the, it could have
What I'm
been,
used to,
yeah.
Much more used to that.
But you have to kind of look at it that way too, because you're not going to be able to talk a dragon out of his treasure, by rolling a 20 on your diplomacy or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The
It
dragon's
shouldn't be a
gonna
roll,
he'll
that's
just-
for sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
he'll
exactly.
just laugh it off basically and say, "You're such a good joker. Here, a couple of gold pieces for
Right.
you.
It's
Now
just like
go."
I
kind of idea.
think so. Yeah, that's a good question. So those
Instead
epic,
of, you bastard.
those epic social encounters, probably a roll plus role play.
Yeah.
For sure, right?
Well-
how many? What do you think a bard convincing?
I would take
a-
exception to what the way you say it here, because like role play is like should be like role play, like for me, like is really getting in the mindset of your character. So like if what you do is in the mindset of your character, then you're role playing. It's not like making those like dialogue and setting up the scene, right? Like you use like role play like in the way oftentimes people say like they say like, oh, there's combat and there's role play, or there's like the role and there's role play, right? For me, all this should be included together. Like role play should be like,
Oh, I see what you're saying, because I said epic role play encounter.
yeah,
Okay, epic social
I say, like,
encounter.
a role plus role play, right? I say like, well, you should be role playing throughout anyway, right? Even if there's a role needed. I guess you could say that plus role play in the sense that the GM would also role play the NPC, right? And
I guess more what I'm saying is, should the GM consider how well you role played that encounter to determine whether or not it was a success, in
Yes.
addition to making a good roll?
yes, but in the sense that how well you role played,
Mhm.
in the sense like that, not in the sense like, oh, I made good argument and I presented my case well.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Like the role play, I think, should influence if the role is successful or not. Is like again mindset. Like does the NPC, like are you asking him to do something that would not make sense for him and stuff like that, right? That's the part of role play I'm talking about that influence the role, if the role is successful as well or not.
So my question is, in the encounter that Rick gave an example for, where like a bard is trying to convince a dragon to give him an epic treasure that the dragon would never give up,
Mhm.
just by talking him out of it.
Okay.
That, to me, as a GM, I need that player to talk some good shit as a player and roll well.
Now here's the thing: if the player is, like we were saying before, if the player is not very savvy, he's not savvy, his character is, then now you're kind of in that problem. I would say, as a game master, give me a brief of what you're trying to do. Just a brief. and I want to convince the dragon that it's in his better interest instead of fighting the entire party and blah blah blah. Okay, good. Okay, then make a roll, and I will add to the bonus. Maybe the dragon feels intimidated. Maybe he doesn't. It's whatever. Add that to the roll, and then we play that out after you find out if it's a success or a fail,
Yeah.
or
I
how
would- I
bad
would-
of a success.
I would agree with that because I don't want the bard player like to sell me a good like oh, you made a good speech, you were funny, you were charming and stuff like that. That's not what I'm looking for. Like
Why?
because like I'm gonna think because like again like it's also unfair to player that can do that, but also like it's the dragon got gold, got desire, got wants, got needs and stuff like that. Your player is the same, right? Maybe what would influence is if you touch those different things for the dragon, right?
Right.
You said like something. Oh, I'm making my like I'm talking about that like or like you just touch on some point, right? That touch on the goals, wants, need, or desire of the dragon, right?
Mhm.
And then I say, okay, maybe you convinced him. If you
In a
roll well enough.
situation like that, I think I would require them to have some kind of argument, if not necessarily articulate it directly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd want them to have like, what exactly is your point that you're trying to
Yeah.
make to him?
I think, yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying too. I would say I'm from the school of thought, I guess, where if you come up with something clever as a player, then you get a benefit on the system. So
Oh,
like,
I've thrown players bonuses for
yeah.
doing,
So like if you say, "Oh, I had this really good tactical idea," like, okay, I'll give you D&D terms. I'll give you advantage on this attack roll because that's a really smart way to do this attack. Like you're not a fighter, but you're still playing in a way that's clever and tactically sound. I'm not going to not reward that.
Yeah, I'm not against that, but then again,
So what's the difference?
the like I said, like I want I like. Is it something your character came up with, or is it something that you as a player came up with? Right. I want you to be your character at the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But my character is more clever than me.
Then
So if I can be clever,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. So if your character
it's
is
a weird balance because of my character is gonna do shit.
if your
better
character
than
is
I would.
dumber than you, and you do something clever, maybe you just thought it was clever, but it was like fucking dumb. No, should I give you disadvantage?
Say that one more time.
If you excuse me, sorry, my throat's a bit tight. If your character is dumb, right?
Yeah.
And you propose and you come up with a plan as a player that's very clever.
Okay.
Maybe your character come up with a plan that think is clever, but it's actually fucking dumb, right? For some reason, then maybe you get disadvantage for trying for breaking character.
So
you try to be smart when you're not.
It sounds like
Yeah.
you're saying both things. So if the character is dumb and a player character is being super clever with all of his actions, I would say that's bad role playing for sure.
Mhm.
And that's an issue with the role playing. I'm not giving system penalties probably for that. If the
Why not?
character comes up with why wouldn't I give a system penalty for poor role play?
It's not.
Because
No, you don't.
I think
give.
that's a social contract thing. I don't think
It's
that's-
not a system penalty for poor role play. It's
Okay.
like your character is dumb. You know, dumb people try to do something clever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Then
should give them a
they always like 10,000 things they didn't consider, and they always like make themselves in more trouble than if they just like did the simple thing.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, maybe you came with this fucking amazing plan, but you didn't think that the table is that you want to jump on is fucking wet or whatever, right? Just like, so now you got disadvantage.
So you're like inserting an element into the game to punish the player for trying to be clever? Is that what you're saying? Like a
It's
wet
not
Just
table?
introducing unintended consequences.
Yeah, it's not to punish. It's
Is it?
I don't know. I'm not punishing the player.
You
Yeah.
kind of are.
But you're doing it in response to poor role plays. Why would you do that?
No, I didn't say it's poor roleplay. I didn't say it's poor roleplay.
Why is the table wet, Max? Why you decide to make the table wet?
Damn it! That goes against all my plans.
The table's dry.
It's not necessarily poor roleplay because, like I said, dumb people don't necessarily that are dumb, right? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they think they're pretty smart. Like you always like. You ever been to Reddit?
Not often.
But there's very like dumb people that are convinced they're like pretty smart, right? And then they come up with plan that they think are very clever, but actually those plans are fucking retarded.
Are we talking about the player right now or the character?
Talking about the character,
Okay.
but in conjunction with the player. If the player come up with a smart plan, because we don't know if the plan is smart or not, because we don't know necessarily. We're defining the reality of the world through play, right?
Well, if anyone
So you
knows,
come-
the GM knows.
What?
If anyone knows, the GM knows if it's a good plan.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
You like, oh, you came up with a plan that
Yeah.
might sound clever, might think is clever
Mhm.
as a player. So I am gonna assume that you're in the mindset of your character, so your character think that's clever, but your character is dumb. So there was probably like a 10,000 reason why this plan was actually dumb. Right?
Oh. I see what you're saying.
So it's not
So
not
you
punishment
turn,
for
you
role
turn
play.
a clever player, you turn a clever plan dumb as a GM because the character's dumb.
Yeah, why not?
That's a good question.
Does that
Do you-
feel too punishing?
I think that the player. No, I see what you mean now. I would not call that a punishment, but I don't know if the player wants you to do that. Like, I don't know if I would want you to do that as a player.
Yeah, I don't think if you're playing a dumb character, play the dumb character because then you are in character through it. If you're that's the best way to go about it. Then you don't have any of the it's like Bruno isn't the smartest nut out of the bunch, but he'll come up with a dumb plan, but then he might have been punched in the head a couple times, right?
Yeah.
He might, he'll come up with something once in a while, but he's not too wild out there like physics or anything. But you have to play the character. So if you're going against the grain of your character, you're not role playing properly.
But maybe that's part of your character as well. Maybe your character is dumb, but think is smart, right? Maybe that's also something.
I mean, we could do it this way, and you come up with some new ideas here, and you're like, you're full of shit,
If your character is dumb and thinks they're smart, and they come up with the plan they think is clever, wouldn't it
GM
be?
should block you.
It's like
You're saying that the GM should fuck with the plan, not
Yeah,
the
exactly.
character.
Maybe I should try that
Yeah.
one day because I have this tendency of coming with clever plan, right? I'm like
You should sabotage your own plans.
I'm a schemer.
Because your character's an idiot.
So I should play a character, an idiot that think is smart,
Yeah.
and tell the
But
player,
like-
you know what? I'm gonna come with plan, make them fail.
Yeah,
It's
you
like-
always 4D like wet tables and other complications.
So the character, if you want a good match for that kind of character that Max is describing, I would say read the Jack Vance's Dying Earth, the Kujal the Clever series. He's not very clever at all. It's quite a wild tale about his character. So, but yeah, somebody who
cat?
thinks
Yeah,
that
my
they're
cat is
smart.
touching the camera.
What a bitch.
There you go. You don't want to be on camera? Is that why?
Like a Don Quixote situation. Anyways,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Oh,
I
that's
think that I would.
that's
I think
interesting.
Is he dumb or just delusional, though?
Not scary?
I think it's just delusional. Yeah. Right.
I think so. Yeah. Well, he's
Yeah, I didn't get the impression the character was stupid. He just
Yeah.
was really out to lunch.
yeah, he lost contact with reality a bit.
I think I would prefer it if I was playing the dumb character. that thought they were clever. I think I would want to be the one that messes with the plan over the GM.
Yeah.
Well, if you're doing that, the GM probably won't feel compelled to do it.
Yeah, you probably get the chance before the GM does. But
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
Anyways. Bartering. Do you want to? Did you want to talk?
what? Sorry.
Did you want to talk about bartering?
Yeah, we can talk about bartering. Yeah.
Sure. So that's just a roll every time you buy a thing, and then you get a discount, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Easy.
Easy.
I mean, I'm not gonna say words to barter because who
So
can
come
ever
on, man, look
expect
at
me
the
to say
design
something
that,
good? when
I
I'm
would
dealing with someone?
make them roll as soon as possible, then role
Yeah.
play it out. That's your best bet.
Yeah, that
Because
I agree
all
with
your
that.
bonuses are already included in your role. All those everything that you could possibly alter in that communication with them. You get your bonus for this, your social, whatever, Then it should be that raw roll, and then just role play out the result. That would give you the most consistent flow of role play in the game that I would think of.
Yeah.
Especially say I will flip the table if you mess with my smart move. Yeah, exactly. The GM shouldn't respond to the planning session. It makes them not want to plan. They just kick the door in.
Yes, I hate it when the GM says, "You didn't think about this" during like but it's like,
Oh,
why
yeah.
are you having an out of character
Yeah.
planning session? All
Yeah,
that
yeah.
crap is terrible.
Yeah, but no, but you can have like in-character planning session. We had a few of them in the Castle and Crusade game, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
And the Fear City game,
yeah.
when we're in the car looking
I
at
tried to make a plan. Nobody.
it's like one of the worst planning sessions ever.
Yeah, the plan would have been great
It was a great plan.
if everything else would have went right?
Yeah, like I heard it. That would have been the.
Would you guys ever
Party.
ward a player off if it was, say, an especially intelligent character doing something really stupid?
Yeah.
Because this is a situation I ran into in a game where somebody
That's a good
decided they were going to teleport their injured friend 50 miles away into a dense forest they had never been to, only seen from a distance. So I was kind of like, okay, just so we're clear, you're doing this, this, and this. Because I didn't want to tell him not to do it, even though it was clearly suicidal. So, I mean, where do you stand
That's
on that?
a very good question. First of all, I mean, you can't do the "Are you sure?" Obviously.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah. But when he was running the character,
It's the flip side of what you were just saying, Max. If a dumb character comes up with a so-called clever idea, then you dumbify it.
Yeah.
Can you cleverify
Yeah.
a dumb idea for a clever player?
That I don't know why I would do that one.
Seems way harder.
Yeah, some of them are, some of them are not, because you can find like reason why, like, oh yeah, it might have sounded dumb, but actually it worked out great because of this and that, right? Just like
Yeah, maybe in the
teleporting somebody like in the middle of a forest you've never been to when he's injured, that's hard to bonify. But sometimes also smart people do dumb stuff all the time too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
do
I wish
they?
Oh yeah, man. Oh, well, Phil, we talked in private, I told you.
Man, you know what I would do in Doc's specific case is have them roll maybe a check, and then if it's like an intelligence check or something, and then if they pass it, teleportation works. I don't know. Like there's a clearing there for some reason.
If they fail it,
They fail it. Then
if they fail it, your plan succeed.
target.
No, that I would hate, because that's taking away agency.
No, I'm just saying, like, then the teleport, they finessed it with their brain enough.
Yeah. and then like or then they managed to go get the guy and like he didn't get eaten by beast or whatever, right? Just like oh, in the end I thought it was dumb, but in the end it was a pretty smart. I don't know, man. Just like some ideas are dumb, but like I said, smart people do dumb stuff all the time.
So I really enjoy the social interactions in role playing games, probably the most.
Yeah.
And I don't want to roll dice for them
Yeah.
because
Uh,
I
if-
want to do well at it. Because I don't know.
If you're dealing with players, players should always be in character. If you're dumb, you should be playing dumb. If you're
Yeah.
smart, you should be playing smart. Just
But
try
I
to.
wanna. I like
yeah.
haggling,
Yeah.
like in reality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of my favorite things to do. And I go on those cruises in Latin America, and those little vendors trying to sell you their tchotchkes. I'm like, I don't know, $2 maybe. That's one of my favorite things to do. And then my wife walks up, she's like, "How much was it? $5? Yeah." I'm like, I've been talking to this guy for 5 minutes. For like $2. So I really like doing those things, and I don't want you. That's my favorite part of the role playing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to roll it, but then the problem comes is that I'll like do what I think super clever, and the GM's like, "Okay, roll your barter," and I'm like, "You bastard!" I fucking roll it. Ah, great! I shit the bed.
But what if you rolled your barter before, like oh I'm gonna about to
Yeah.
engage in barter with that guy. You roll your barter, you know how you roll, and now you're free
Yeah.
to role play your role, right? I always say
Yeah.
people say like oh you should like role play not ROLE like and not ROLL, right? Fuck, man, I cannot talk tonight. I don't know my fucking mouth like is it's
But then
swollen.
you're changing the game for me from me trying to barter. I guess when I say me, it should be in character, but it's
Yeah.
not because I love bartering, right? So
Yeah.
maybe I'm being an out of character bitch.
Maybe you're
But-
being the one that's per god about something you know about something, right?
I know I love spreading out about things, but like it's turned into: am I going to role play a good barter or a bad barter? Whereas
Yeah.
I'd rather engage in bartering. You know what I mean? That's more interesting to me than role playing it well, or role playing good, or role playing
But
bad.
is your character good at bartering?
Sure. If I'm bartering, they're good at bartering. Like I'm not
Oh.
going to role play it
So all the
If-
character you're gonna play are gonna be good at bartering.
if I want to barter.
If you want to barter, so you got like power gaming, like you adding
I
your
play
skill.
if I'm an intelligent character, I'm playing an intelligent character. I'm trying to play it. Like I'm
Wow.
trying to do it correctly.
But bartering is a skill, right? It's a
Yes. And so I'll
Yeah.
give myself the skill so it allows me the opportunity to attempt to barter.
then that's all right. You're gonna roll well anyway.
But it's already predetermined. There's no stakes. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? There's no stakes?
If I rolled a good barter, then the GM is going to say, "Oh, you got me there," no matter what I say. You know.
Oh, I got it. I got what you mean. I got.
So it's like it takes away the fun of the actual barter. There's no risk.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Well,
Really?
also, if you're going to role play it specifically, I mean, you're not a slave to the dice. You don't need to roll for everything. Like if somebody was like bartering for something
agree.
and did a really good job, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll knock X off. I wouldn't necessarily make somebody roll everything.
Yeah, sometimes the role is there. Like if you want to speed up thing and just like what, I want to like do a whole scene about that, right?
Mhm.
Just like
Yeah,
It's a-
I'm
that's-
more inclined
yeah.
to ask for the roll if it's marginal. If it's like,
Yeah.
that was kind of good, but if they do like a really good job, I'm like, you did it good.
But
But then-
also if your character got like a good skill in bartering, sometimes
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the role because like what, there's no real stake here, right?
Yeah,
If you know your character like got no fucking skill in bartering, and then you give me like a fucking master fucking class bartering there,
yeah,
maybe you know what? Maybe you're
I'll let you roll that.
for that, right? Just like
yeah. Your fly was down the whole time, and he was stinking. Damage and job. Yeah, you didn't hear any of that.
or you anyway.
I totally agree with that. I think this is an artifact of my, prior to 4D time, where it's like I always have everyone's character sheet up when I'm GMing, and it's like, okay, you're doing this skill because everyone wants to be awesome at everything, right? Especially social roles. I go, you're not a really good liar. Okay, roll deception, bro. Like, yeah, you gave a lot of tells. You're bad at that. So it's kind of like my way of making sure you're not a shit role player. You know?
Yeah, yeah, but I think like that again like goes to trust, right? And you just like and and
I'll make people roll as punishment for shit role playing, whereas
yeah,
I won't make you roll if you have the skill and you talk to good shit. Then I won't make you roll.
but if I don't, well, but if I didn't talk a good shit because I'm not good at bartering
Not make
myself,
you roll.
right? But my character is, you know.
I'm glad you took the skill so I can make you roll it now.
So I'm punished for like not being good at bartering in real life.
It's a game. You're bad at the controls.
Get good.
Isn't it a game? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a game, so you better be rolling some dice.
So the game for me is the interaction. The game for me, I want that part of the interaction.
Yeah.
Whereas y'all are saying the game is role playing well.
The game is it is a lot of the interaction and the co-creation, and it's all part of that.
But
But
immersion.
that's the thing also,
Yeah.
also like if I'm getting in my character, like, you know, if you are good at, is it Phil that is bartering or is it like Tino, sorry.
Tino's gonna barter.
Yeah,
I
like, Tino is
promise
good
you,
at bartering.
Tino's gonna barter.
Yeah, but
He's a drug dealer. He barters.
yeah, I guess he's gonna get like fucking killed at some point.
Yeah, he is. If we play again, he's probably gonna die in that one. He's probably gonna turn on the.
Bruno would have gone on your little excursion.
Yeah.
However, the thing is, this was his family. His family
that's right.
that's it. You know, it was the focus on his family's accountant. So this was important to him. He couldn't.
You're
fuck
talking
this
about
up.
what we were talking about on the airplane.
Yeah. So otherwise, he would have definitely gone. But yeah, he was just like too wound up. That was just me playing my character. I mean,
What character did you play that would suck at the bartering?
I don't play a lot of them because I fucking love being clever. But probably Crazy Johnny. Not a great barterer.
Well, you got some trick with the pudding there.
Yeah, that's true. He's not stupid.
Yeah.
I wonder what. I think he was just average on the board. I think he had a -1 and Soch.
But no, but
Average is enough for me to try.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, right? If you were to play like a character that's not good at bartering and stuff like that, right? Then like you come in a bartering scene. Is it Phil bartering or is it the character bartering, right? Which one we got? Because for me, like a big part of the fun, for me, the big part of the fun, even if I would be good, like let's say I was in your shoes, I'm not really good at bartering because I don't care. But if I were, right, and I loved it in real life and stuff like that, but then like for me, like when I'm role playing, the fun is to become this character, right? So now like I'm gonna get those tell, I'm gonna get those. Well, could you bring it a bit lower, maybe like if I, it's like those things like that, right? Just like, oh god, no, I'm just doing it's unfair, right? Because I want to forget myself.
Yeah.
When I'm role playing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you're right.
Like social interactions are fun, but they're fun to have not as yourself.
Yeah, I really like to make sure my characters are modeled in such a way where I can talk shit.
Yeah,
it may be a bit of a security blanket because I really like doing it.
Maybe at some point, maybe it's something you should try to challenge you to.
Play the idiot.
Play the idiot, or play the guy that's very shy, or play the guy that.
Oh, the Toos man,
I think
a zealot, like a more of a zealot. You know.
Crispy was trying to do that. He was trying to get out of his bubble and play different characters. So, which I thought was a cool pursuit. I try to do it a lot as a game master. So.
I did that as well when I'm trying to play like character as not staller, not like always planning and stuff like that. Although like that's not something I am in life though. I'm very not a
Yeah,
planner.
you're the opposite of you.
I don't know why when I role play, I went into one of those
To
characters.
think things
What if I
out.
was somebody that can make a plan and think ahead, just like impulsively?
That's weird. That is weird. Yeah. I got to tear my skin off on this one. I think
Yeah, exactly.
tear off my
That's,
barter skin.
yeah.
So maybe I'll do that from now on. So social interaction, you roll. If you do good, then you get to be good at it.
Yeah, you get to be
If
good
you
at
do
it.
Sure.
bad, you get to be shit at it.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's a different type of fun, right? It's still
It's different.
yeah. Still like when you can really feel like, you know what, I really was into that character. Like I really like wasn't me that was there, right? When I was even in the last game, like Budkin wasn't me, right? But maybe a
There's
bit
probably
closer.
some kind of support group for that too. Like, hi, I'm Phil, and I'm a compulsive barterer.
Yeah. I roll bad barter checks, but I can't help myself. I have to try.
Yeah. So what else in the, because I don't know, at some point, like in the conversation, it's interesting because at some point I say, well, okay, did we solve it? Is it simple, the social skill in 4D? But then there's some complexity that come back there. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we solving anything?
I think that we're opening up more questions.
I think
which
we
is
should
usually a good sign.
try. We should try each method in a separate game and see if it works.
Practice session right now.
Practice session right now.
Rolling it.
You're in
Who's the game?
Morocco.
Who's the
In
game
Casablanca.
master?
Try to sell me a pipe.
Try to sell you a pipe.
Yeah. Who the hell do you think you are? $20. I rolled good.
Right.
Sorry.
Come on, man. You think you're gonna find a pipe like
Do
that
it
for
live.
$20?
Yeah.
You know, like it's handmade. Those pipe, a lot of work going there. You're not gonna burn your lip. Your fucking tobacco is gonna taste awesome in there. You can always get like a $5 corn pipe. And also, you know what? You're smoking that pipe. It sends a message.
What, did I like tacky paint on my pipes?
Tacky pain. That's a brand, you know? People recognize that. People that know, they know. They recognize that. Is it racist if I go in this kind of accent when I do the barter?
Are you doing Italian? That sounds like you're Italian.
I
Are
don't
you
know
gonna
what it
say now that you blew through it, it's a used pipe? Should be less.
How many people put their mouth on this thing? Tastes like
This
shit.
is the demo model.
Yeah, you taste it, you got it.
Well, if you
Oh,
put
don't
your
worry,
tongue
don't
on
worry.
it, you bought it.
Everybody's done that. Everybody. You're like,
All right, well, $20 is $20, you know. Here you go. And then just hand it to them. What does a shitty barter look like? You just don't haggle.
Yeah, no, a shitty barter, you don't, or you try, but then like the guy replies something, so yeah, I guess. That's what people do.
Oh, the queen touched it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a queen touched it.
it seems to work with guitars. So
Yeah.
The queen's touched it? Which queen?
Freddie. Oh, down
Yeah. Well, you know what?
oh man.
It's a good friend of
Buy
mine.
a lot of used guitar, Rick?
What's that?
Do you buy a lot of used guitar?
No, no. Well, I traded for a used guitar.
Did you barter a lot? Did you like haggle?
Do I haggle? Yeah. You know, I don't usually have to. They're like, okay, we'll give you this discount because usually I'm giving them a discount at my store. So
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you have a
You
music
know.
store?
No. I would.
No.
I used to be a retail manager. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
I don't tend to haggle because like I want to buy something, and I kind of have like an idea of how much is it worth for me. So I'm just gonna say, oh, I'm gonna give you that for that, and they say no. I say, well, I don't want it then. I don't fucking care.
That's unironically the best way to haggle.
Like
It's
I don't,
okay,
I don't
see you
like
later.
buying.
It's like okay.
Yeah, like if there's something like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'd like to have that for $20. Oh, you want
Yeah.
44? I don't want it that much.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that it's a
Good way
little harder to haggle with the people at the pawn, like the actual pawnbrokers, than it is to haggle with people, at a garage sale or something like that?
Well, they do it all the time. They're good at
Professionals
it.
here.
They do it all the time, but also like they have like very like, they paid something oftentimes recently for the object, so they know like how
Yeah.
much they have in. They know
wanna
like
get
what
X
the profit they
return.
have. Exactly.
And they have the ability to have a high inventory.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Anyways,
yeah.
did we go through all the social skills already? Did I miss the rest of them?
Let me check on my character sheet. I'll tell you.
Did we
what
do
I-
a deception? Did we talk
deception? Yeah, lying and detect lie. Like what? Okay.
Oh, detecting lies. What you guys
Detecting
learned about
lies.
that?
Yeah, detecting lies. If you
I
the
never say if someone like shits a roll. I never say what they think. I always just say your
Yeah.
insight doesn't give you anything more. But this kind of goes back to my. I like the social interaction to be the words, and that's how it stands.
Yeah, but like let's say your character is talking to an NPC, right?
Yeah.
And the NPC is lying. There's one thing
Mhm.
you can do as a GM if you want to indicate that he's lying, right? By you can telegraph as you speak, like tell, like, oh yeah, he's telling you the story. He's putting on his ear. He's looking
Road
around.
restriction.
It's like, yeah, you can try to describe tell
Mhm.
as, but are you just like giving it away? Maybe he's just nervous. Maybe you're just like,
Well, you
so
should if they did a good roll. You should give it away.
you should give it away. So now you say, okay, like, because
I mean,
even if you say like,
not exactly, but say the tell.
let's
As long
say
as
you
you
have like
say the tell,
let's say you have
it
like a
matters.
skill. Let's call the skill like detect motive, right? Like, okay, that's gonna be the skill you use if you want to tell if somebody's lying, right? Or insight or whatever, right? That's insight. Okay. How, as a player, do you say you want to, like, you say, oh, I'm trying to. How do you say that you want to roll your insight without saying I want to roll my insight? Like you say, like, I'm trying to figure out if he's lying, or I suspect.
Studying his body language, looking for common tells of deception.
Oh, that would be a good way to do it. Maybe as a GM, if you don't want to give it away right now, you just like say that what the NPC say. You put like some minor movement, just like normally,
Mhm.
and then if the player say like, "I'm pay attention to his body language, see if he's nervous or if he's lying," and then if you roll well, does the GM tell you like, "Yeah, he's lying," or does he tell you like, "He's sweating a lot"? You keep like looking over his shoulder, sending his eyeball up in the upper left corner.
So let's go through some common emotions then, because insight is more like an emotion detection.
With stuff like that, with like lie detection, just observing stuff in the environment, I, as a game master, always make those myself, and I don't tell the player what the roll was. I just give them a result. You don't notice anything, because I don't want them to I don't want them to know they've necessarily failed or succeeded.
With this group, I don't think it's a problem because like I don't like we're not a bunch of players that's gonna metagame and stuff like that, right? Which is a great benefit.
I think that's kind of why if they fail, I don't tell them anything.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not a good way to say it, but
Or it could be
it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to do without second person, actually.
Yeah.
It could be
What do you
like
think,
an
Rick?
extreme failure where they get the exact wrong impression too.
Yeah, that
Right,
too.
but I never do that. That's what I'm saying. It's just your insight.
Because exactly, because you don't want to tell the player what his character feel, what his character think.
Yeah, because
That's part of the
if they
rule.
roll a 1 and you're like, well, this is what you think, then their player's like, then the opposite is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just as good.
Yeah.
Except not in character. If you're a shit guy player, it's just as good.
But it also like maybe it's also an opposed role, right? And then you have like also like this,
Sure.
depending like
Should be.
if he's, exactly. Shouldn't be just like, oh, I roll shit, because you don't know. Maybe he's a bad liar. Maybe he's awful a liar, and you roll a 1, but he actually got a fucking -2 because he got a negative on his skill.
That's interesting. So then in that situation, you always give them like a little
Yeah.
body language. It's just
Yeah.
are they going to read it correctly or not?
How would you do it, Rick? There's a character. Okay, there's an NPC talking, is lying. The player expressed that he's trying to study his body language or something, or to figure out if he's lying or not.
Then do the roll. If he detects it, then I would describe you see a bead of sweat rolls down his cheek, giving a air of deception in his voice.
So basically, you go with
Probably.
something like obvious without stating it outright.
Pretty heavy-handed, yeah.
I would give off that he's being deceptive, or
Maybe that's something. Maybe that's something like as a GM we should think about up front, right? Especially if that's something that can come about in our game, right? Think about something that I tell that is going to be obvious if somebody's lying. I tell that's going to be a little ambiguous if somebody's just like nervous or lying or just thinking about something else, and something you can just say like if the guy is stoic and just like matter of fact,
yeah.
Because that's something like we I don't
Yeah,
want
when
to
you-
talk about Doc Flamingo earlier, like when you try to role play is a learned skill as well, right? Both as a GM as a player. Like I was telling you like the other day, like following the game, like think of those formulation, and it's something you can develop if you want to probe the world, right? Think about like a way you can say it without asking the GM directly. Also, if you want to skip a turn, right, you just anchor yourself. You just say like, oh, I'm just like sinking down my chair and crossing my hand over, like, and that's it. That's just saying like I'm still in the scene, but I'm doing nothing, right? I have nothing to contribute to the scene. So then you pass your turn to somebody else. Those things. But I think like as a GM, that also something that we maybe is worth thinking about ahead, right? How can I develop language? And I talk also like thinking about way to see that you hear a sound without saying that you hear a sound, right? Oh, footstep or echoing behind you, stuff like that, right? You don't have to say you hear footstep, because now you're back in the second person role play. So maybe this one, the lying stuff, would be one to develop.
I like the idea of margins of success on it too. Like I think that what Rick described, what he would say would be a massive, like a huge success, because you're communicating emotion even. I think like a marginal success would just be like there's a bead of sweat, and you don't really like.
We should have like a chart.
Tell them that they're like scared or deceptive or.
Yeah.
I
We
like
should
the
have like
idea of having
a
this,
chart
emotions.
with 2 axes, right? One like how well you did on lying, how well you did on your insight, and then like we can have like
middle boxes.
yeah, exactly. And then like exactly with an axis, like, well, you can tell, but like description, like 9 description or like 16 description for different level.
Yeah. Smart.
Yeah.
You never know. As a game master, you could just say, "I'll just give it to him."
Yeah.
You give him the insight. Definitely deceptive looking. As a character, the NPC gives off an air of mistrust.
What if you just start referring to the NPC as this lion motherfucker?
Yeah, this lying motherfucker.
This lying motherfucker looks you right in the eye.
What if
There's degrees of subtlety.
That's good. That's good.
Like someone could tell you the literal truth, but be keeping things from you.
Yeah, that too.
Or could be selectively giving you information, give you a very much wrong impression.
Because like I was like, what if the NPC is a very good liar?
Mm-hmm.
He's lying to you in your face, very convincingly, but you roll amazingly on your insight, right? How do you convey that? How do you
That's
like,
interesting.
do you like, there's those little nuance, right? What if somebody is telling the truth, but is a bit nervous, and you roll shit on your inside? Like, how do you like? Well, then you just think he's lying, but feel like there's a bunch of nuance there to
I think a failed insight roll yields nothing.
just give you nothing.
That's
He
the
just
way you do it.
so you wouldn't say like, oh no, you think he's lying when he's telling the truth.
Never.
Or you could
It's up to
say
it's up to the player to figure that out.
Yeah, the gentleman that whoever you were talking to, sits matter of factly as he was before, nonchalant, looks at you up and down, shrugs.
Yeah. The problem is that I don't want to tell the character what they believe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can't tell the
Yeah.
character what they're thinking.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things.
Yeah,
So
you have to
either
go
you just
with the NPC.
give them what they
Yeah.
observe, and then it has to be designed in such a way for them to
Yeah, but
take it.
could what they observe? Could the PC read something that is not there, right? Like maybe the character is telling the truth, but for some reason, like there is a bit of sweat that's coming down from his forehead.
Interesting.
It's not because he's lying; it's just because he's being interrogated by the police, right?
He's wearing a turtleneck in this humidity.
Never trust people wearing turtleneck. They
Yeah,
have something to hide.
vampires. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Just to fuck with them. You and your wet tables, Max.
I know it's gonna become a thing now. The wet table.
I checked to see
Oh, that's
that
a wet
the
table.
wasn't wet.
Yeah. That's a good cool idea. I don't hate it. It's kind of like a fun plot device. Just make people sweaty.
Yeah, just make people sweaty.
Just
I was just watching the other day, like
and only tell them about it after the insight roll. Like, oh, by the way, you noticed they're sweaty.
yeah.
Like, why did you
sweating a
wait
lot.
till now to tell me that?
Yeah.
You bastard.
Yeah.
It's
They're
straight.
Pat Tough. I don't think I saw your name before. I reckon inside check should never have anything to do with lying. They should only tell the player something of their personality, like resistant to intimidation. I wouldn't even go that way, just like I don't know what I would do with insight.
So we're
How does it
speaking in
work in real
5e
life?
terms right now, right?
Well, just because it's a kind of like the Franco-lingua, I guess.
Yeah.
Of role playing. How do you know?
Well, what
In
else
real
would you
life,
use to
how do you-
detect lies?
What?
What else would you use to detect lies?
Don't ask me. Like I cannot tell lies.
Pulls out the big rig from Blade Runner and
exactly.
sets it up. All right.
Waterboarding.
Yeah.
Let's check your iris.
No, but
You
like,
see
how
it-
do you know if somebody lies to you, right? Except like there's some
Yeah.
case like politician, woman, stuff like that. You can
Sure.
just assume, but
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Baseball bat usually works.
it is hard. It's hard for me, so I don't know.
yeah, it's all from me. So I'm not very well equipped.
I
for
would
that.
like to have a good insight.
Like I'm definitely I'm fucking autistic, right? So I'm very not good at mind reading, right? Like people
Yeah.
like if you tell me you're doing fine and you're not, I'm just gonna take you on your word, right? I cannot fucking tell. Like so my insight is shit.
Yeah. But it's like part of that is I only give a shit if you're honest to me, anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well
You're just
I
gonna
just
lie to me.
yeah,
Who
exactly.
cares?
Like what's your point? Like I asked you a question, you didn't tell me the truth. Like, well, then it's on you, right? Don't get
Yeah.
mad at me. I asked you if you're
But
fine, and you said yes. Then I said, okay,
some-
then you're fine. I'll go move on. Don't bring it back later. Come on.
You're just referring to weird text conversations. we've had.
Yeah. Why you telling me it doesn't bother you if you're bothered by it? Right?
Honestly,
Come on.
come on, people.
I don't know, right?
Come on, no one in particular. I think, but obviously there are times where you need to know if, or it's beneficial to know if someone is lying. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. I think, and even when you think they're lying to you, you really don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't know why. Oh man.
And often when I think someone's lying to me, they're not. Happens a lot.
Yeah.
Or when I think that there's like an intent, I always like read intents that aren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Especially
you
when they're disrespect.
and there's very something like deep about like, you know, sometimes you project, we tend to project ourselves a lot, right?
Oh, yes.
We use sympathy much more than empathy, so we like project our own feeling onto somebody else, and you know, like that's something like well, anyway. Sorry, guys.
So like whenever I see myself, whenever I see something that someone else does that I would do if I was being disrespectful towards someone, I think they're being disrespectful.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, oh, you acting in this way, or you're saying this thing, or whatever. I would, if I would act in this way or say something like that, if I were thinking that or feeling that.
Right.
But you're not me, so I cannot project like, you know, I cannot interpret like interpret like backward your action based.
Yeah.
So how do you do that? Like,
how do you do that in a game?
How do you do that in the game? That's fucking weird.
I don't think you do it. I don't think insight even works. I think it's fake news.
Well, there's some people that seem to be good at it, right?
It's a luck roll, I think. Just a luck roll.
Yeah. Let's just roll.
See if you know or no.
Is it the case that you just like fucking take it off and then you let player decide? You know, the like
maybe Sir Patcuff has it right.
Yeah.
You never know if someone's actually lying to you. But then what's the point of deception?
The deception rule?
Yeah.
I think you can know if somebody lies to you, right? How do you know sometimes this case you know somebody lies to you because it's telling you something you know is not true, right?
Sure. That's the only time.
Sometimes it's telling you something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe Space Roadie got it right. Just finished 3-year campaign where I told the player just use their judgment, worked out fine. Yeah, maybe
that's how I like to do it.
That's how I tend to do it as well. You know, you decide if he's lying or not, right? And maybe
what is insight even good? Like, do you want perfect information? I want imperfect narration all the time.
What are you trying to do when, like, if you, sorry, Rick, go ahead.
The thing with Traveler, you can also look at the skill level, you know, and if you are really you have a 1, 2, or 3, that's awesome. That's killer. Yeah. Like 0, it means you're trained in it. So instead of rolling, you can just look at what their level is, and if that trumps what you would imagine that what the NPC would have, just go with that. A lot of times I go with, you know, especially when you have those little pips, or you know, like in Vampire, Werewolf, you can do it as well with those, no problem too.
But do you just like in your description of the NPC dialogue and demeanor? Do you just like hint at it that is like full of shit? Is that just good enough? Yeah,
I mean, sure. Why not? If Phil's character has a 3 in on his Traveler character for, you know, detecting, you know, any kind of, you know, discrepancies, this guy is definitely, you know, going to be full of shit, and I'm going to describe the NPC as super shady, and it definitely isn't, you know, talking out both sides of his mouth, you know, in this deal, and you know, you're gonna be like, oh, this, you know, you'll just be reading it as, I can't trust this guy, you know.
Yeah, but then you also rely on the player to know, though.
Yeah.
To be able to pick up on those.
Well, yeah, you know, I always have a character sheet when I'm doing Traveler. Like, I'll have all your character sheets up, so I know what level you're at. So if anything does come up like that, I know right away. You're going to detect.
I mean, like you might tell me like, oh, he's nervous and sweating and he's like greasy and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
I might just think, all right, it's just one of those type, you know, like I might be
Just
up to you
ran. He
as a
went for a run.
player, right? Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Good.
No, that's like I'm saying like there's also something that relies on the player, not on the character, in the sense.
Is there a traveler detect lies?
Well, there's a deception, and then there's the
But just another deception roll? Or?
trying to remember.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing
I've smoked some ganja, so I can't remember off the top of my head here. But it's either going to be an opposition
Investigation.
roll, you
Investigation.
know, or against something. Yeah, investigation. There we go.
Okay.
But
I mean,
yeah,
there's definitely
investigation.
people that read body language and know.
Yeah,
But even them, they
I
don't
don't
know.
trust them.
Yeah, exactly. they don't know for sure.
they know a certain aspect is shady.
Most likely, this person is
Yeah.
something.
And lie detector tests are bullshit too. What do you think,
Yeah.
Rick? Are you studying that now? Are you like us?
We're doing a lot of polygraphs, Rick.
Yeah, no, they
No,
just
Did they
get
give you a polygraph?
no, they don't give me any polygraph.
You give your
I've
pep
got my manual here, and I gotta go ahead and
Nice, quick
keep on
read.
studying. It's a quick read. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
freaking pages here, man.
Does it tell you how to tell if somebody's lying?
Yeah, does it
Yeah,
train you
I
in
think
insight?
that's on a little section in one of these chapters here. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe we
says,
should revisit that.
let God sort them out.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah. The
God.
rest of it, yeah. just club them, and call the cops. There you go.
Yeah. They'll tell you
Yeah.
what you want to hear.
That's an interesting one. Like, I have to think. Maybe I have to think more about that. I do have like a detect motive. In Bastard Sword as one of the skills.
How can you use that to detect the motive of how the creature's going to strike at you next, or something like that, or
What is
or
that
would you
result of this?
allow it to be used that way?
Like I like
Oh, yeah.
no, it was meant to be like for social interaction.
Oh,
for
okay,
social
okay,
stuff like
okay.
that, right? You know, if you want to know like kind of like, is he being truthful? Is he trying to get something from me? Is he he's just like acting out of greed, stuff like that? But now like I'm rethinking it.
I feel like those
Are
are
you-
good. Like you can tell when someone's being a salesman towards you.
Yeah.
Like I can tell when someone's like trying to be honest.
Yeah. Is
Maybe.
he telling me about this new phone plan because he's trying to sell it to me, or just because he's passionate about it?
This guy really loves phones, and I believe him.
Talking about which, let me tell you about the sponsor of that show.
Yeah.
Maybe I could get like
That'd
a
be funny.
thin cream kind of company or some shit. No,
Yeah.
sponsor
Get
me.
NordVPN.
Not just the end.
Yeah.
No, man. No.
We'll have little cue cards that we bring
Yeah.
up, and just to change the whole outlook of this whole thing.
Yeah. The
Smart.
Raid Shadow Legend.
Yeah.
You all in the background going,
Motive on them, eh?
giving cheers and everything.
Yeah, let's go the tech motive on them. Like they're a fucking shady company that promote gambling and want to reduce legal age for gambling.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, Israeli company.
I
Not that it
mean,
matter.
this is America. Yeah.
Make
Well,
your money how you
Can
can.
we have some freedom,
the top
please?
row is Canada.
Yeah.
How are your you were saying that for your rules for your game, how are they resolved? How are you planning on them being resolved? If you're going to have a person with a detect motive
It's gonna be
against somebody
contested,
else.
right?
Sorry.
Contested.
Yeah, a lot of roles are meant to be opposed role.
Okay.
So somebody's gonna do like a persuasion, and then somebody's gonna try to detect motive. And then you just, I guess, if it's like character versus character, you can just tell them like, well, I'm trying to, you tell them is your intent.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because, like, if you're persuasive, yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Persuasion's weird.
You're trying to persuade.
Yeah. That's like
But
you're detecting motive. Okay, they're trying to be persuasive. Oh,
no. It's not like you're trying to be persuasive. You're like, I'm trying to join me in the or come along with me. Or I'm trying to dissuade you of going there. Or I don't know, man. It's just like, but to be honest, like a lot of like persuasion and stuff like that, for me, like a lot of them are there to inform your role play, right? Like I often say, like you roll and then you act according to what you roll. You role play according to what you roll.
yeah, I guess so.
You could have the players say, come at me, bro, come at me, and then you have him roll the dice for his persuasion or whatever it is, and then
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
you know what he wants you to do. That's it's the case of are you coming at him?
But is he
has a
trying to
plan.
draw you into a trap? Or is he
Yeah.
trying to just like?
Well, let's say I'm thinking a little more neutral. Like, let's say I try to convince you, like, okay, my character is trying to convince a noble to send troops to join a fight, right?
Okay.
Then I make my argument and stuff like that. I role play the bit and stuff like that. Then I roll persuade. But would that be opposed by detect motive at the moment? Maybe that has the right case, but maybe he could roll a detect motive and say like, well, you know what? Like I don't really care about that fight, but I've been paid to try to convince you, right? Or I don't know. Or
Okay, gents, I got to be up in 4 hours for work, and I want to make sure I'm rested for tomorrow. So,
all right.
I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see you, Doc.
See you then.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, a king doesn't want to send his troops willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Maybe
doesn't want to be involved in that fight, right? And then they say like, well, this army is moving onto those land. If we don't stop them, they're gonna move on to your land next. If we move on all together, we have a better chance of stopping them. I'm convincing you now, right?
Sure.
And I mean, if you're also role playing the king, you could also counter with, but the cost of the troops, and that the mobility in the middle of winter is nonsense, and we have to keep the more troops on the southern border. You don't know what's going on there, son. You could role play back and forth, and then get a gauge of, and then
like
roll it out.
The easy way to do it, have a vizier who doesn't think it's a good idea, roll in a counter persuade, and then
you could do that.
You could use
that's a good way to do it.
And then you could use like the factoids that you're presenting as modifiers.
Yeah,
if you bring up good points,
But that's or if what the king values, right? But like that could be like if you touch, like maybe the GM decide at some point like what the king values, and if the player like touch those points, then they're point both sides.
Yeah,
but
because the king could bring up something like I was saying, troops to the south border, the dragon also from the mountain, and then player could say, well, if we go ahead, if you send the troops, we could deal with that dragon up in the mountain. That could be a selling point, kind of.
What if I try to convince a king to join army for some threat, but I'm lying, and actually, if you send the contingent out, the contingent is going to be ambush, and I know that.
That's pretty deception, sense motive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would that be then now like the case that we do that, right? I'm trying to persuade him to do something, but I'm being dishonest.
Or if someone like, what if someone knows you're full of shit and they're standing there too, and they're like, he's lying.
Yeah. All we didn't know if, like because like he got proof or because he.
Because he's seen, yeah, he knows. He has visual. He can't prove anything, but he just knows. He's just there arguing
Yeah.
that you're a liar.
Then maybe that would be like counter persuade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But shouldn't that make it harder for you?
Well, I guess like his role would be like subtracted to mine, right?
And then that goes against the sense motive on the king. Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, like
So
a
it's like
two-way
you got
road.
two.
Yeah.
You got two opposing against your one.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Works, no?
It's hard, and that should be. So
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of those epic level social encounters.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Exactly.
about.
But like if we're alone, right? If there's nobody like arguing against me,
Mm-hmm.
then I try to persuade him.
And it should be easier, right?
Like I know I'm lying. The GM know I'm lying.
Mm-hmm.
Would the GM give this NPC a detect motive? Like, well, let's see. Does the king feel that something is off with you, right?
I think a wise king is going to make sure, use judgment and try and judge the character of the person bringing them information.
Because if it's an
I
NPC,
default to it.
if it's an NPC doing sense motive against you, I think that's
Mhm.
easier because then the GM doesn't have to convey the information.
Yeah.
He can just make the king be suspicious suddenly, right?
Yeah, show physical reaction. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or verbal reaction or whatever,
verbal,
right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The problem is that if it's a player trying to figure out like now if the role reversed, like and I am the commander of an army and an NPC come to me and trying to convince me, but he want to trap, like right, he's lying, right? He's just like say, oh, you should send troop there, your troop there because of this, we have an emergency. And I'm listening to him and I say, you know what? I don't believe him.
Mm-hmm.
Should I just decide I don't believe him? Should I or maybe that's just it. Maybe I just
think you
decide.
should be allowed to not believe people without a sense
Yeah.
motive check.
Well, that's for sure. You should be allowed not to
Yeah.
believe people.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if I want? Is there a way I can base my belief to believe him or not on something? Like outside of like just the description of the GM, right? The GM say like, it's a peasant coming up, right? Or like maybe a bandit, right? But he presents himself as a peasant, right? Is he just nervous because he's talking to somebody above his station? Is he just,
So the GM says he's nervously approaches, something like that. And then it's up to the player to kind of determine.
Should the GM give you that right away, or is that like
if it's obvious, he should. It's pretty important.
If it's obvious,
if it's
good. If it's not obvious, is that a kind of thing you can get more information by a roll?
Okay. Well, that has to do with passive and active, right? So I think active is better than passive. So do you have a passive sense motive mechanic?
No, I don't have any passive anything. You just like because that's just like you can just let people do, right?
Well, you tell me, the game designer for your own game. I don't know if I can.
No, I'm the approach of like like the player got the I skill in something, just give him to it, right? Automatic success, basically. That
You're automatically succeeding disguise check or like sense disguise. I don't know if you automatically give that to someone, unless their skills are good, I guess.
Yeah, depends. Those
are
all rules,
If you're the game master asking for a role for a sense motive or a something like that, you're also telling whether or not the character that be on alert is basically what you're telling them.
What if the
off the
player?
bat too?
Yeah,
So
that's true. That's true. What if the player just say like, I don't know if I believe him, like, and just expressing what his character think, right? Kind of doing like inner monologue, and then the GM can say, all right, roll a detect motive,
yeah,
and then you roll. He rolls well, and then you can say like, seem to
Yeah,
not.
I mean, if you say that, then
He
you're
seems to
asking
not
for
be
a detective
telling you.
motive check.
Yeah, he seems to not be telling everything.
Yeah.
Would that be going too far? Would that be like telling you what your player think? Or you should just
Yes.
describe. Yes.
well,
Eh?
you should detect it. You should describe it from the NPC because the NPC is going to give the tells that.
Yeah,
is-
the NPC.
Yeah.
The NPC should. Yeah. Just
So is that the point where you say like, well, he's looking around a lot, he's sweating profusely.
Giving an air of deception.
He's adjusting his wig. No problem.
Never trust a man with a wig.
He's resticking his
He's
fake
fixing his
boobs.
coconut boobs.
How would you express that is most likely honest?
I would describe if he's asking for something. It really depends on the situation, but basically reinforce the emotion that person should be sensing and just kind of use it as an adjective to describe some action they're doing. So like if they're trying to get you to help their family at a car, then be like, and then you roll the sense motive, they're like, they seem desperate to, I don't know, get you to follow them.
You're with the seam again.
Yeah, seem. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard. Is looking at you straight in your eyes.
Yeah.
Or
okay, I see what you're saying. Seem is no good.
Yeah, it's not great.
Because I'm telling you what you think.
Kind of, yeah.
He looks honest like Ron Howard when he was young as OP.
But
looks,
again,
looks means seems. It's just
exactly.
It's
it's again like a vague language. Can see you. Yeah.
Oh, Shauna's on it.
Shauna
heard the word
you.
He's
the you man.
Yeah. Always like said what I hate about the you is like you as a subject of the sentence.
Yeah. The subject should always be the thing that you're
Yeah.
describing.
If it's the you as the object of the sentence, that doesn't bother me.
I agree.
Stuff can happen to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it seems that way to you. Probably not.
Yeah,
that.
like you say, you can say your gun jam because exactly. You're gonna bring the grammar Nazi, but because that's
can your eyes deceive you? Your eyes.
Yeah, like we talked about that the other day. Eh? Like where's the you? Like where's the you? Where's the you stop?
What do you mean?
Your mouth's pronouncing word. But use your mouth.
You're out of gas. Ooh, that is a subject.
What, you're out of gas?
I mean, obviously it's your car.
Yeah. It's not you. Unless you're tired.
You are a car.
Unless you are a car. You're playing Transformer.
Your kid.
You're out of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, your car run out of gas.
Okay, so
yeah, how do you express
so you do the family or the man?
Yeah, let's take this one scenario. Okay, let's take this one. Stick with this one scenario.
Eyes. Sorry.
Big round puppy dog eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your mind is playing trick on you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Your mind. Oh, I'm not saying you. I'm saying your mind. Well, kind of, I'm my mind.
Shawnee, you're approaching a line I am not comfortable with.
Yeah.
It's too many years.
Like, what is it? The movie like the Tenant. This old thing like, if you were to cut off your head, but still remain alive, right? And then you go with your head under your arm somewhere. Do you say me and my body or me and my head? Where's the where does the you reside?
I'd say me and my body.
You say you and your body, but it's strange because there's more mass in your body than your head. If you were to cut off your arm, right? It's like clearly me and my arm, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it outside of that. Outside of saying me and my body. I would
Me and
just
my
say, I'll go over there and grab that thing.
that head.
My head isn't doing it, but my body is going to do it.
Your body is doing it, eh?
Yeah.
But and then I see you go somewhere, and I didn't say you go I see you go somewhere with your head under your arm, right? So already
Yeah.
there I'm talking about you as your body, and the head as now the detached part.
You'd be like, hold on, let me go grab my head. That's probably what it's
Me with my arm.
Well, your point of view is always going to be from your head, anyways. So
Yeah.
you would probably be default me and my body.
I guess, but if you control both, I guess maybe the separation doesn't matter. It's like just like semantic, right? Because like if you go somewhere, then it's your body acting, so you're gonna be you with the head. But then if you speak, you're probably gonna go. Where does the you reside? That's the question.
It's a question we all ask,
Well, Sir Patch
Important.
Cuff has another thing that he brought up
Sir
here.
Pat Cuff's on fire.
I call it verbing. Your player don't verb. I call it verbing your player. Don't verb your player. You can say you. Just don't say you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's
I don't
what
like
that's
that comma, but I like that.
Yeah, that's what we're calling role playing in the second person, right? What? Isn't that a term?
Yeah, I was just laughing at Sean.
Oh, you're laughing at you comes from the heart. Yeah.
He's such a romantic.
Yeah.
Sean.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
what the hell are we talking about? Yeah.
We were talking about that. A peasant guy come to
Yeah.
see you. You're commander of an army or some detachment of some group, right?
So the
He's
sentence
trying
should
to
start
convince-
with peasant guy.
Presumably peasant. He might be a bandit. You don't know.
Okay.
A bandit.
The
presumably
man.
a peasant. The man. He's definitely
The
a man.
man.
He come to see you, and he tried to convince you to send troops somewhere because it's an emergency.
Are you the king right now?
Well, you're just like a captain or whatever.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm an emperor, but go ahead.
No, you're much lower than that. Much lower than that. You're a captain of or just maybe just the leader of the party, right? And he's trying to convince you to go somewhere because it's an emergency.
Yeah.
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's a bandit. This guy's a peasant that want to ambush you, right? So he's trying to send you somewhere dangerous.
Okay.
So now, like,
motive.
Is that how we do it? That's I feel like we don't have like a good answer to that. Shauna, what do you think?
For finding out if he's lying or what?
Yeah, let's say like you're the player.
Am I okay? I'm a player, not the GM, right?
You're the player, right?
Okay.
And then you want to say, "Oh, okay, I'll re-give you the link."
All you have to do is let me in.
Oh fuck! I didn't. My face
Not
didn't work.
by the hair of
He's a vampire.
Chin.
Don't do it.
Yeah. So you as a player, you say, "I don't know if I trust him." thinking out loud, right? Or like
Right.
expressing your thought out loud. It's like
I
inner
don't like
monologue.
that, but yeah,
Yeah. What?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No. See,
Why?
my character, yeah. Don't say my character for sure. I don't know.
Well, we can say inner monologue sometime. No, you don't do that
We
sometimes.
do.
Yeah. Existential threat. There you go. The existential threat. Hello.
Follow me on X.
Oh, on X. I'm no
Sean?
longer on X. Yeah.
Guys, Shauna has a beard.
Hey, hang on. Let me
This
turn
guy.
off this.
It's not the first
video.
time. You've seen him with a beard before, no? Sometimes you had the little goatee.
I'm turning into the old man.
I've never seen Shauna with a goatee.
The old
Really?
man from the
You never
mountains.
see Shauna with a goatee?
No,
What? I had one for like 20 years.
I missed
Anyway.
it.
What's the question?
Yeah. Okay. There's a situation. Your character, you as a player, your
Okay.
character is like the captain of a army or a contingent or something, like a small troop, right?
Okay.
There's a guy that comes see you. He's trying to convince you to send your troops somewhere, right?
Okay.
And you don't know if the guy is a peasant or a bandit. This guy's a peasant. You don't know if the guy is lying to you, but you want to figure it out. You have a doubt. So now we're trying to figure out, like, how do you, like, we're talking about social skill and stuff like that. And now, like, we're talking about like the sense motive or like insight or stuff like that, right? How do you do a
How to
check?
find out if he's not like Don Juan or something?
I don't know.
Or
what
James Bond or
how to find out if he's like not lying to you, right? If he's not trying to, like, because let's
Well, I'm
say,
searching him first.
yeah, but let's say the guy is actually a peasant. He might be nervous talking to you.
you do the
because he's
Star
talking
Trek
to
thing.
you.
Just
What?
do the Star Trek thing.
What is it?
What's that?
Number one, and you too, Scotty, in my study or in my ready room, and then they spend 5 minutes talking. The crew members face it off. They argue with each other. They give each other sides, and the captain just sits there and he listens to the ball, and then he decides from all their arguments.
But the thing when you're in a movie, right? You got the script and you kind of know in advance. Now what I'm talking is like if
No, you can
as
find
a-
out. You can still role play or mess up, or everyone's gonna TPK after the ready room scene.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
It's just something to role play about instead of just I do insight check roll.
Yeah,
you
but
want to build.
So you're not
up
even
to-
rolling dice for this, Shauna?
Well, you don't just roll dice. You want to role play, and then from the role play, you decide what DMs and stuff to add.
But that's what we're talking about. Like, how do you role
And-
play like this? Those tell, right? Those tell that somebody's lying, and those tell that somebody's telling the truth. Like, how do you in them to the player? And how does the player react? Like, is he like? I
As
guess
a GM.
Well,
as
you
a
can
player,
metagame. You can metagame and just have everyone do the rolls, and they're like daisy chaining their successes to your DMs that you're going to use for your role. Like everything's linked together. You got the psionic chick
Yeah.
standing right next to you. She can read his
Yeah.
fucking mind.
Let's keep the scene simple. There's only like
It's the girl that reads minds, obviously.
there's two characters there, right? Just like keep this.
Or do you want it to be where if I succeed in my role, I actually change what your script was for this guy?
That could be it too. That could be
Really?
it too.
Because that was going to be my other question. Does the die roll change the whole story?
What if you roll your sense motive and you say, "Oh, I think this guy is lying," and you roll well, then the GM say, "Well, I guess he is lying," and then the GM has to think on his feet and change the scenario. That could be
That's
fun.
interesting.
Do you want your role play to be a B movie or a C movie? Or straight to DVD?
Yeah.
Do you want it to be on
Netflix.
Netflix for at least 6 months?
Amazon Prime.
I would put thought into the players role playing the scene out. As a referee, you just listen. You just sit there and listen.
Are you
don't say a
bringing an
word.
NPC into the ready room as a GM? Or are you bringing a...
Oh no, the NPC.
To help tell them.
No, the NPC's on the view screen. You say screen off. Boop. They're on another ship somewhere. They're on the hold. They're listening to music or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they're in the brig. You go up to the ready room while they're in the brig. You're not sure if you trust them yet. But while you're in the brig, you get the message: the prisoner's escaped. He's getting a shuttlecraft.
No, what I'm saying is one of the bridge officers, like Spock,
Yeah.
like say no one's playing Spock. Do you bring Spock in as an NPC for the GM to throw some input into this
Sure, why
ready
not?
room meeting?
Why not? Why not? Whoever's around.
So that'll help.
Whoever was on the show that episode.
Daniel
Maybe
Boyer say,
Spock. This is Spock's half brother. Maybe.
if I learn anything from David Lynch, Dune, internal dialogue is a great narrative tool. The subjective is revealed in novelization, but not in movie. But in role playing works well. I have nothing against internal dialogue, and that's what I want to ask you, Sean. Let's say that, okay, we have this situation. Let's keep it simple with those two characters,
Okay.
and then the players say like an internal monologue. I'm not sure if I'm trusting him. I'm paying attention to his body language, right? Now the player is kind of like telling you, like, can I have some kind of role, right? And then you say, yeah, okay, roll your insight and stuff like that. And then
Well, then this would be like reading a book. You're reading a book. You're trying to translate it or figure out what language it was written in. It's one of those kind of roles. My character's thinking out loud. Hey, there's this book. This looks familiar. This might be something I could read. I'm going to try to, going through my language courses I took in my previous life. You do a roll and you see if you understand the book or not.
Yeah, but then in that case, the GM, like, it's pretty black and white. The GM say, yeah, you can make sense of it. It says that,
now,
right?
with the NPC, you're not sure if you trust them or not.
Yeah.
You're going back to your criminal interrogation, your previous job. You were a human lie detector at one time, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you used a computer that could do lie detectors, but you don't have that thing with you right now.
Yeah.
So you're just thinking, well, there's an 80% chance this guy's lying. If we put him under a lie detector, I bet you $1 million he would be lying. And you could have that conversation with another NPC.
But that's no, like, as the player, you say that
you're bluffing. You're bluffing with another NPC that this guy would lie if we put him under a lie detector test. And then the GM could think, oh, my character's starting to sweat bullets now.
Yeah.
He's starting to show nervousness because now they're talking about a lie detector. So something. You're just role playing. You're just throwing stuff in the air. You're role playing, making it interesting. At some point, the referee is going to say what the difficulty level is, and the players are going to have in mind what skills they're thinking of when they're talking to each other. And then they just roll, and then they just say they role play according to how well they rolled or how badly they rolled.
Yeah, but my question is, like, as a GM, like, okay, let's just say you roll well, and the guy is telling the truth.
Okay.
How do you express that to the player? Like the NPC, like, well, you said no, he, like, without saying like he seemed confident or he seemed truthful, right? Without like being a little more subtle about it, right?
You just don't ever get to know all the answers. The GM could just role play his character saying, "I'm telling you the truth, man. I'm telling you the truth. Blah, blah, blah. As such and such is my witness." Or, "Hey, here's a photo. I have a photo," and they show a photo of what they're talking about. That would nail it, right?
That would work in some context, yeah.
Instead of saying, "Hey, I got all this money. You want my money? Don't kill me, man.
We're in fantasy context.
They open up their flip phone, boop, and they show the eBay purchases of something.
Shauna, don't do the pass.
You said
what sort of wizardry is this?
I don't know what the setting was that you guys were talking about. So
You're a captain.
I gotta bail out, guys. I gotta bail. So thanks for having me on. Talk to you later, Shonner.
See you later.
Let's say don't ever give perfect information and role play enough until the NPC gives away something.
Well, let's say you do the bare minimum role play. The GM says something, and then you say out loud to yourself, "I don't trust this guy."
Yeah.
Then you make the roll.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what the role is. You just want to know. You just want to double check if what he's saying is what you think he's saying, and do you know what he knows, and he knows that you know that you're doing all those kind of things. And the role is still up to what the GM is going to reveal, and the
Yeah,
GM
but
will
that's
just say, "Okay, I am this time. I'm telling the truth right now. Right now, I'm telling you the truth right now." But still, the player character is like has to decide, make a decision. Okay, I'll trust you this time. You
yeah.
better be telling the
I
truth.
think it's good that the decision is at the player if he's believing him or not, because you don't want to tell the player what his character believe, right? That we agree on that. And if the NPC was lying, right, you can try to telegraph some tell, right? Oh, he's sweating, or he's like his eyes are darting around, he's like keep pulling on his like readjusting his clothes, stuff like that. Like there's something you can say, and even then it's not very clear. It might just be nervous and stuff like that, right? But something is up, right?
Yeah.
But what if the character is telling the truth? What are tells for like, or is just a good liar? I guess. Like, how can you express that? Like, he seemed like like. Oh no, I'm going with it. Seem again. Like
Well,
what?
let's say he says something about the princess to get rescued. You have to go and do this, and it's okay. Well, you're coming with us then. You're our insurance that this even gets done.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He's
No
like,
kidding.
I don't want to.
Leave him tied to the scorpion
I'm a simple
nest.
farmer. Please don't tie me to the scorpion nest again.
But I think it's cool when the players aren't 100% sure if they're being lied to or not.
I agree.
Yeah.
Until they actually go and do the thing.
That never really lying ruins the fun of it. Yeah. But sometimes you just want so
what if they get there?
Doubt is there, right?
What if they get there and the NPC is being dragged along, and it turns out that what the NPC said is what actually happened, and the NPC is like, "Whew," because the NPC was just making up shit.
Guessing.
He has no clue what happened over there. He has no clue if the guy's sister's alive still or not.
Yeah.
I like everyone gets to role play their side of the story, and you don't know. You might not ever know.
I don't know what
unreliable narration is my game. I don't want it to be insight check. Oh, I passed, and then the NPC spills the beans, and it's like there's no drama anymore. It's like okay.
that's something I talk a lot about, like the epistemology in role playing game, right? Your characters know what he know, not because the GM told the player, but because the character lived in the world, right? And his information isn't perfect, you know.
Yeah. Like you're interrogating some guy who has streetwise skills. Maybe his streetwise skills are terrible.
Yeah.
But his lying skill is really good.
Yeah.
It's a combination of what skills the NPC has. And you don't know what skills he's using for his die roll.
Mm.
As a referee, I don't know half the time what rolls my player characters are making. I just assume they already know what rolls they need to make.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
Because what they're role playing, they have an idea of what skill they're going to use.
Yeah, and I trust them that they're gonna align their role play to whatever they roll, right?
Yeah, and I just give them I just hint at a target number for them to roll, and then they don't tell me how well they roll anymore. They just start role playing according to how well they roll.
Yeah. But it's when they try to get the information about the world, right?
Yeah, I have 3 players at the table. I don't want to do their math for them. I got like 3 NPCs of my own I'm doing math for. I'm not doing math for everyone. Telling what everyone rolls.
So what do you think about bartering? We were talking about that earlier. It was like you make and persuasion and stuff. So like if you roll bad, then you role play a bad persuasive argument, or do you?
Well, is that how you want to play? You got to tell me the scene first. What were the last 3 sentences said before a roll is made? I have to know the situation.
Let's say you're running up to a captain of the guard and you really need their soldiers to come and aid your family that's been attacked in a wagon or something.
Oh, okay. So you're using like a barter for that, or a convince for that?
Persuade or whatever.
Persuade.
Persuade.
Yeah. So do you roll to persuade to see how you're going to role play?
Now, what are you? The guy running up to the captain, is he a peasant, or is he another soldier, or who's he?
A farmer who's about to have his call to an adventure, apparently.
He's just a farmer?
Yeah, because it's your
What's
friendly
the
character.
relationship with the army dudes in this Farmerville area?
Army dude's like a cop, and his family's in trouble. He's trying to get a cop to come help
So
his
the
family.
cops are supposed to help the farmers, not ignore them. Get away from me, peasant. Because that's
It's a
what you got.
hypothetical, Shauner.
You have
Wow.
all that stuff you're
It's
putting into
very
your die roll.
idealistic of you, Shauner, thinking the cop are supposed to help people.
I've been playing
Well, if
Fallout
you-
New Vegas. I've been playing Fallout New Vegas, and all the NPCs are in it for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them.
Well, that's why you need a good persuasion check.
Yeah.
And they're all backstabbers. All the NPCs are backstabbers.
An
No, you're trying to
appeal to their
persuade the-
honor.
You're trying to persuade the cop to come help you.
Yeah.
Or
I
send
wouldn't roll for that then. There'd be no roll.
You
Unless
just-
it was like 2 a.m. You're waking me up for this at 2 a.m. Come back later.
Yeah, but like let's say that he's a cop, but he's not very good, right? He's not very
Yeah,
like
he's
not
just
very,
like you described. He's out
like
for
kind of
himself.
corrupt, right? He's in for himself.
He's on the take.
Yeah.
What's in it for
On
me?
the tape.
You just role play that. Say what's in it for me.
Okay,
But,
so
you
you're not going to roll
farmers.
persuasion.
But
before
that's
you
the
do your
that's the
argument.
whole thing. We're saying like, how do you deal with like if a player is not a master persuader, right? And you
I-
want
I-
to
as-
the character
It
is.
doesn't matter what the player is.
As a
Yeah,
cop,
exactly, but the character
as the guard guy or the cop guy, I could just say, "This wife here, she's the fine looking woman with the long blonde hair. Yeah, I'll go help her. I'll go help save her. So she isn't that fat. She isn't that fat ugly woman.
She's
who always-
the fatty. She's the fatty. Yeah.
she doesn't spit on me every morning, does she?
Yeah, it's that one.
I'm staying from the gate.
You're
She's not gonna
describing the
spit on me.
sister. The blonde one's the sister. I'm talking about the fatty
Daughter.
that does the spitting.
But see, the NPC has a motivation, has goals of their own, right?
Yes, go. And that we're talking about that with Phil as well. Like you said, like if you role play, like because at some point, I think it's good to involve a role because it separates like the character from the player, right? So you don't have like to be a good persuader.
Do you use
play a-
social skills? Do
Yeah.
you
Well,
roll
I
them?
use the roll for when it's interesting. If it's like super interesting, and it could be interesting either way.
I mean, if you don't get the roll, your family's dead. So is that interesting?
No, something else could happen.
How much more interesting do I have to make it
No,
before
no,
you
no,
answer
no.
my question?
If he fails, okay, let's say who would be making the roll? The farmer. If the farmer fails his roll,
Yeah.
he's still going to get his family saved. He just has to go the hard way about it. He has to
Oh
do
my
it the hard
God.
way. He can't. He has to go to the tavern or he has to go to the barracks, knock
Mhm.
on their door. This asshole wants. You have to light half of the barracks on fire to get these guys running out
He has to
in their
become a
PJs.
level 1 fighter himself.
Yeah. I
You know,
just
he has to,
became
like-
level 1.
grab the guard's sword and point it at his neck.
There you go.
You,
Pick up a sword.
I'm tired of you
God of his
messing
year.
with my wife. This is, you're gonna save us. Blah, blah, blah. You might
Fat
think
wives get
you thi-
help too.
You think my wife is fat and ugly? Well, you have a thing coming, sir. Here's your sword back. Sorry
Then
for
you get-
pulling your
And
sword.
they
He's like,
beat the hell out of you.
So you
and then the
wouldn't roll a roll.
guard says, "Hey, I like you. You have gumption, or whatever that word is. You have.
because
I'll help you since you're. I liked how you handled that sword just now. I'll
Because,
help
like
you.
the guard, okay, the guard got like motivation and a past and stuff like that, right? What if the character come, like the farmer come and in his little spiel trying to convince the guy, touch on those motivation or on those like on this historic and stuff like that. My wife, you grew up together in the same village, right? And, try to pull some attachment, then maybe that would influence the role, but then at some point you roll.
Yeah, you're still gonna
maybe-
roll.
Yeah, or maybe you roll beforehand, so you can say like, "Oh, you roll like oh, I rolled beforehand. I'm gonna try to persuade that guard to come help us. I roll like shit. I'm gonna approach me as a player, role playing this character, asking for help. I'm gonna approach the scene differently because now I know I rolled from like shit. So I'm gonna
Yeah. You don't want to keep re-rolling the same roll, hoping you succeed.
No.
You want to try a different angle.
yeah. But like, do you do like the roll beforehand or do you do the roll after? You do the roll early.
I roll before
Yeah.
I say exactly what I want things to happen the way I want them to happen. I
Okay,
say
so if
what
you
I'm
roll-
currently saying. I'm
Yeah.
I'm currently trying to convince this guy to help save, come out and save whatever, some dragon from killing.
Or like, would you have like two different approach? If you roll well or if you roll like shit, you know, you roll well.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
come
You
in and
have
say,
to.
like,
You already
"Oh,
have
no,
to
like,
have.
you grew up together. Like, come on, like it's your duty
Yeah,
and stuff like that." And then like, if you roll
before-
like shit,
yeah.
you come to like, "Well, if you don't mind, you're like, really help me, like, please, sir, you know, can I have
Yeah,
some more porridge?"
Before I even think about rolls, I need to already have. I have to have first an idea of why they're rolling, what are they rolling for, and what are the outcomes from this roll. I have to have all that shit in my head.
Are we getting answer,
Pretty
Phil?
clear. I don't know.
I don't have the player roll, and then and now I have to think of what happens now.
No,
Yeah.
well, I let that on my player side, right? I like to offset that to the player.
Yeah.
You know, it's your character, you control him, you can roll to inform your role play. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, because his role is gonna change how he role plays, but it's not gonna change how I role play. His role's not gonna change. It's not gonna control my character. I still role play my character.
Your
he role plays his character.
Is gonna control your role play.
I'm not gonna make a roll. I'm just gonna
No,
player
you're
can
making
make
a roll. You're gonna make a roll.
Oh, you are making a roll. No, I'm not making a roll.
You're making a roll.
You're gonna make a roll.
I'm not doing the rock paper scissors thing with an NPC.
You just check it. You're going to the car at that point. This is here. I'm going to the bathroom, guys.
No, I'm not gonna roll for my character. I'm not gonna do the thing where what's that one? Opposed rolls. I don't do opposed rolls. Who gets closer to their success target number? No, I'm not doing that nonsense.
I love opposed roll.
In case of a tie, then it comes down to their dexterity or their intelligence.
Oh no, that I do the tiebreaker. Like in case of the tie, the statu quo is preserved.
That's just a race to the bottom when you're doing that.
Yeah.
No, whoever brought up the idea, they're the ones who have to roll.
You brought up the idea.
I didn't bring up the idea.
In the hypothetical situation, you bring up
the guy who runs up to me. I'm at a guard.
You're
I'm
the guy running.
I'm standing up. I'm standing at my post guarding. I'm
guarding
the
the
city
guard.
gates. I'm not the guard.
No, you're the guy.
I'm the
whose
farmer?
Family. Yeah, you're the farmer.
Okay, I'll be the farmer. So if
Alright.
I'm the farmer, I'm running up to the guard. I should be the one to do the roll.
Okay, and
There
do
you
you
go.
do the roll?
The
do you
guard,
do the roll before?
the guard
you
lets me
roleplay the
know
scene?
what I'm rolling for.
Okay.
The guard says, "Oh, you think this is going to be easy, is it?"
Yeah. So you're setting the
That's
difficulty.
my that's
Well, you don't know.
that's my
I think
that's
I
my
think
way of saying it's easy. Maybe I say, "Oh, now you want me to come save your freaking family from the Hell's Angels or whatever."
Well, you'll have an average time of it.
If I don't say anything, it's just average.
I don't think you need to do that because like okay, I'll tell you like the way I like to see it. I want the player to do his own role, right? And then I want him to role play the scene according to his role. So if you rolled well, give me a good convincing argument, like, or try as much as you can. If you roll like shit, like be meek about it, or being like be like a submissive and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So you're
That is-
rolling first and then doing the argument?
Yes,
That's the
the
question.
player is
Do
rolling
you-
first and then doing the argument based on his role, right?
I've never done it that way.
No, but the reaction of the guard, then even if you make a shit argument, if I decided that the guard would be like easily convinced, he can still go with you. If you make a good argument and I decided the difficulty would be very hard, I can still decide that the guard won't go with you.
Yeah,
right?
if you're still role playing after the die roll's made, let's say I'm the farmer, I rolled poorly to get this guard to do the assist. I start role playing. Gosh, I was kind of hoping maybe you would help.
Yeah.
My wife's gonna be cooked by a dragon.
Yeah.
And
If I
then the
get
guard's
my
like,
wife back, that's less cabbages for the town.
then the guard's like, you know what? You're making a big deal about this. I'm coming. I'll be there in 2 seconds. I'll be. Whatever.
Yeah. But because like that's the thing, what you're rolling for, you're rolling to see how persuasive you are. You're not rolling to see if the guard is convinced or not, right?
But see, after I say that, after I say, fine, I'll let me get my boots on. I'll be out at the front gate.
It's not
in
you.
2
but yeah.
seconds.
Yeah.
I'm
You're the guard again.
I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm the
Okay.
guard again.
Yeah.
I say, fine, I'll go help you. I'll get some troops. We'll go find this dragon of yours.
Yeah.
But
It's my
you're
wife.
gonna have to pay, or you're gonna owe me on this one, or
Yeah.
And then I have, then I've some other social thing is going on, some sort of social combat.
Because the one thing, like, because like in the scenario you're supposed to be the farmer.
No, I'm flipping back and forth. I'm playing both.
Yeah.
I'm doing both.
At least 4 characters.
Because why I like to do the role before the role play, right, is because I want you to role play your role, right? I dislike when a player come in, role play like he's making the best case he can, very persuasive and stuff like that. Then you roll like shit, and then we kind of go like, well, actually, like, or you know what I mean? Like you kind of have to respond, like, you gave me a fucking great argument, but then you roll like shit, right? So now what do we do with that? Like, oh, the guard just being a fucking hard ass. Like, yeah, your argument was great, but the guard like is a
I
fucking, like,
don't have players that want to perform in front of the other players at a table. My
Yeah.
great voice acting. I will enunciate and profusely proclaim my great oral speech, mass communications. No, the players just say in their regular voice, or maybe they're huffing and puffing, pretending they're running up to the guard. My wife, my family, my kids. The demons in the basement. Gotta do something. And that's it. I don't know if that's convincing acting. Is that like persuasion?
Yeah.
It gets.
Well, it depends on the role you made prior to doing that.
No. Then I roll.
Okay.
Then I roll.
You roll.
Then
after
you roll.
that role play.
And then
Then
what
I
happens
roll.
when you roll?
And then the guard decides if it's worth his trouble leaving his post to go
So
investigate.
you don't roll to see how persuasive you are. You roll your persuasion to see how lenient the guard is. Right? You get what I mean? It's kind of like backward, no? Isn't it?
I'm rolling. Let's see. I'm using my convince or persuade or deception or whatever the case may be. Maybe there isn't anyone attacking the village, and I just want.
I guess
the
if
guard
you
to...
always kind of role play okay, like mediocre,
I'm not gonna do.
Then it works for every role.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not gonna. Okay, I'm not gonna. Let's see.
Is that
If
the
I'm
most?
playing the village idiot, I'm not going to have the
No, you're
village
playing
idiot
a
doing the
level 1
great
fighter.
speech.
You're about to go on the greatest adventure of your life. Obviously.
You just said farmer. That's all I know is farmer.
Yeah, but you're picking up a sword at some point. Becoming level
So you
1
become
fighter.
level 1 fighter.
Oh no, I wasn't planning to pick up a sword at all. I was like, I was going to go to the tavern and get myself drunk while wondering if my family will be burnt to a crisp when I get back.
I wonder
outside.
how that basement of demons is going. Oh well. Yeah.
Maybe I go around and okay, if I'm the village idiot in the game, and I need to be persuasive to the queen.
Sure.
I'm still going to make a roll based on my stats, but I'm not going to do some amazing prologue, epilogue thing in front of the queen and and a speech and make it sound like, oh, it's totally going to work. And then I roll my
Save the world because you like that.
Now, some players are like that. Some players want to act out the whole scene with the stupid monk, and the guy ends up getting his head cut off. Because how dare you even come into my bed chamber with your issues? Now, if I was, a Tyrone Power or somebody, Clark Gable, or John Wayne, whoever, and I just come into the princess's bedchamber through the window, and she's like, "Ooh, what are you doing here?" And I don't have to roll because I have charisma 10 or 12 or 13.
Yeah, obviously. I'm John Wayne. What do you think I'm doing here?
I would still have the character roll because there's I wouldn't have them. I wouldn't even have John Wayne say anything. Just the fact that he's John Wayne is enough. And you still got to roll though, because there's a chance of critical fail.
What?
You know what? What if her? What if her?
You're just rolling on a chance of critical fail. Why are we rolling dice, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay, Zeno. That's what Zeno would say. Shauner asks for rolls when it's going to be an automatic success anyway. But yeah, you want to, in
Yeah, I
case,
agree. That's mad.
to add color, to add flavor to the scene. Who's who's usually in the queen's bedchamber? It's that woman, right? What's her name? What is she called?
The handmaiden,
Something like that. Isn't
Yeah.
she like always in a
Lady
rocking
Wee.
chair in the dark?
attendant.
She's in the
Nurse?
dark corner of the room.
Mhm.
She sees my character come in through the window. She's gonna tell the king.
She's knitting violently.
She's gonna tell the king. So
Bitch.
the queen says, "Don't say anything about this guy coming in the window to my husband. Thank you so much." There's
Yeah.
going to be a roll there to see if whoever's playing the queen can convince the chamber lady to not go bzz, 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 off to the king. It depends on the scene. It depends on the players.
Is
Depends
that
on
also
how-
you? Are you also that character?
Shauner is playing all the
I'm
characters.
giving you I'm giving the examples for everybody. I don't have an army of players around here, so I'm giving you examples from all the
Yeah.
perspectives.
Of course.
So when is the
We're-
roll happening?
I was eating pizza. Weren't you guys doing that? Don't you give perspectives from all the points
Pizza?
of views? I was eating pizza,
Getting
so
pizza.
I missed like an hour or two of this stream.
I don't know. I started
Probably.
drinking. No,
I
we're
just
trying to figure out.
remember. I just remember. Let me in. Let me in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did
No,
I
like,
answer
I-
anything, or did I just make it more complicated?
You answered things.
I'll tell you
that
what I don't do. I'll tell you what I don't do, and that's just I don't have the player just roll, and then I have to change the story to fit what their role means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why that's the reason why I like to have the roll happen earlier rather than later. Right? So we can already you know you're gonna do that thing, like roll right away, and then we can already align the narrative. And also like as another player at the table, right? When I'm picturing what you say, actually what I'm picturing is actually what happened, right? Oh, you're being convincing now. You know. But then you roll and
But I have to stop. I have to stop myself and then make a roll. Like, okay, pointing a gun and shooting at someone.
Yeah.
My turn is I pull out my pistol and I aim right
Yeah.
at the guy's face.
Yeah, that's your turn.
That's my turn. That's my turn.
Yeah.
On my next turn, I can now shoot him. It's
Yeah.
going to be my turn really fast because the players are good at role playing. I'm not
Yeah.
going to stand here like this for 20 minutes.
Yeah, but like, okay, that's an example, right? And the next turn, now you're gonna have to make a roll, right, to shoot.
Yeah.
So you're
If
not
I
gonna
want.
say I shoot him in
Depends.
the face. And then you
Sometimes I let the player just do it without a roll and they just kill the guy.
yeah. But like, let's say in
What
that
if they
case,
roll critical failure?
But if since Zeno's not here, I can say I'm gonna roll see if they roll a 2. If they roll a 2, their hand blows up. The gun blows up in their hand.
it'll
or-
just,
The guy ducks in time.
but no, okay, let's say you want to
Or his
roll,
friends
right?
his friends show up, or his cars, all of his hover cars show up parked outside.
Before we
And
go over
they've
car,
all got guns.
let's stick with the guy aiming with the gun and then shooting before we
Okay.
involve in the other car.
Okay, before we go there, the guy who was
Like-
lying, I'm rolling to see if he lied. Do you
Yeah.
do the thing where if I fail my roll,
Yeah.
he is a liar? Or if I make my roll, he isn't a liar? Or is he always a liar, no matter
That's
what
an
my
interesting
roll
way
is?
to do it. Like you
I
can say
know.
like I don't believe him. I think he's lying. Then you make your roll, and if you succeed, you're correct. If you fail, you're not. But you
I
still
like
think he's
that.
lying.
Because some
Well, you said
referees
that,
will
and that's
change
canon
their
there.
some referees will change their NPCs, morals and goals and motivations on the fly on a die roll because it
Yeah, I
makes
do
their
that
character
sometimes.
seem more interesting. That's like
I do that.
fudging the NP. You're fudging the NPC when you do that.
I'm not fudging. I'm developing it. Like I make everything as I go along. I'm developing.
Yeah.
I don't know what this NPC is.
I'm
Okay,
improvising on a lot of
So
stuff.
let's go back to where I'm holding the gun. I'm going to point it. I'm going to shoot someone, and all these hover cars show up.
There's no other car. You're
Yeah.
pointing my
Okay,
gun.
it's just me. Just me and Eastwood.
Let's keep the thing simple. You're aiming the gun at someone. Okay, that's your turn. Your next turn, you
Yeah.
know you're gonna shoot, right?
Yeah.
So when come the next turn, you make your roll and then you describe what happened, right? You all like shit. I shoot, but I fucking like hit the wall behind him, right? Or I hit the propane tank.
Depends on what the social contract is. Who gets to narrate failures and successes?
Yeah.
We decide that at the beginning of the game.
But the question is, do you narrate the action before you roll, or do you roll and then narrate the action?
Well, on my next turn, I just say I shoot.
Yeah.
With my gun
Yeah.
pointed right at his face, I shoot.
But then you roll.
Then I can roll.
So
I don't
you
say
narrate a piece of the action.
I kill him. I don't say all I
Right.
say is I shoot. That's all I say. And then we roll the dice, and then we say what happens after I shoot the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what
does
if,
the bullet
what if
do?
you roll the dice before saying I shoot? So now you can go straight to I shoot and I'm hit him in the chest or whatever, right? Because you already know what you roll. It's like one less
Okay,
step.
so I don't stand like this for 2 seconds or for 30
For your
seconds.
action.
No,
For your
you
previous round,
did your round like I aim. Then
But on my next turn, I just roll. I don't say I shoot.
Yeah, because you know you're
well,
gonna
you
shoot.
say you can even roll like in between your turn, right? Because you know that's gonna be your next turn, right?
What if I'm just bluffing? I'm not really going to shoot him.
Well, then
Well, then don't
you
roll.
don't roll.
What
If you
if
know
I
you're
still
gonna
have to
shoot
roll?
him.
What
If,
if I
like what I'm saying is like there's
What
no
if I
point in
still
saying,
have to roll? What if I have to roll to see if the NPC thinks I'm bluffing him or not?
well, that's a
Or
different
thinks
thing.
or thinks I'm serious.
My point is like there's no point saying I shoot, roll, then describe what happened, right? You can just skip the I shoot and you roll and then you say I shoot and I hit or I shoot and I miss, right?
I shoot him in the chest.
I shoot but I go wide.
Mhm.
Mm.
I shoot the hover car adjacent to him.
I shoot but my gun jam.
Mhm.
I don't know. I guess I'm still on the fence when I'm getting if I'm going to really shoot the guy or not. I haven't
Okay.
decided yet. I still have 30 seconds to make my final.
Yeah, but
All right,
when you
we'll wait out the timer and then you let us know.
When it's my turn, I might just
Yeah,
put the gun back in my holster.
but what I'm saying instead of like when you're ready to say I shoot, right? That's the time you do the
Well,
roll.
Maybe that's an old habit I have because in the old days it might be 30 minutes before it's my turn again. So I have to remind everybody, I'm here. Remember, I'm gonna shoot this guy. I shoot.
Mhm.
Now I roll.
Yeah.
Driscoll, what were you doing again? I was gonna shoot the guy. Now I
Like,
don't know.
I've had my hand out for like 30 minutes, guys.
I guess my thing is like if we like
Isn't it
if
more
we cannot-
dramatic if you
I
say
think
I
if we
shoot?
can already- What?
Isn't it more dramatic if you say I shoot?
Kind of is. I
Is
agree
it
with
cheating
that.
if the player rolls first and they see how badly they rolled and then they're like, I decide not to shoot.
Well, yeah,
It's
that's
not-
cheating. You're, like
Oh, yeah,
that's
that's
the case of bet your
I
player,
wake
right?
up from my dream. It was all in. I'm still in the shower. I'm waking up in the shower. I'm not even here.
No, but like that. My thing is like I would say like I often like to bring the roll if there's gonna be a roll, like bring it like one step earlier. I find like people like oftentimes like add like a useless step, like saying what they're gonna try to do, right? You decided you want to try to do that. Try it. It's make your roll, and then just tell me what happened, right? Don't tell me like, oh, I want to do that roll, but I can't, right? Like just why did you need to tell me before you roll that you want to do that?
maybe,
know what I mean?
maybe the way they're saying how they're doing the things and then they roll. Maybe that's the problem. I want to shoot the guy. I roll. Oh darn! I didn't shoot the guy.
Yeah.
That does sound kind of lame.
Yeah, exactly.
That
that's what
version sounds very lame.
What if you just say I shoot? I shoot.
Well,
Oh, I hit him. I hit the guy. I hit him.
there's
Woohoo,
a
first
way you
time.
can do. There's a way you can do like very fast, right? You can say like I shoot, you make your roll already, but I miss, right? And
Well, you want a die mechanic that's fast.
Yeah.
To roll and fast to look at, fast to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. But like let's say you're pursued by a bear or by a dog, whatever, and you want to climb a tree, right?
Here we
But
go. I want to climb the tree. I roll. I fall.
exactly.
I can't do lift ups or pull ups or whatever.
Well, many people can't.
I can't. I probably haven't done a pull up in 20 years.
Oh yeah.
My skin my muscles are just draped around my bones.
Jeez.
I do a lot every day.
No,
except on Sunday because
in 2000 I look like MrMax back in 2000. I was going to the gym and doing all the things. I was doing kung fu.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so you
get to the tree, you say, I want to climb this tree, and then you roll.
And then you roll and you roll like shit, and you say like, I cannot lift my weight on the branch, or I cannot reach the closest branch, or whatever. Right?
That would be critical, right?
Slow.
That would be critical.
Yeah.
Just a regular fail. It's like you're doing it. It's slow going. You are slowly climbing.
Well, you said now there's a time mechanic. There's a time dimension as well. Like, can you do it before the dog catch you? Right. So
yeah,
maybe
the dog's
you fail. You're lifting up the tree, but it's too slow. The dog catch your leg, right?
Your ankle. Yeah, your leg or ankle's pulling you. It's tearing into your
But
or a critical
what I'm saying is like the little sentence, I tried to climb the tree, is useless, right? I run to the tree, you make a roll.
I'm gonna climb the tree. Right. I will climb it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Here I go.
You can cut that. Like, when come your turn, like I would even say, like,
climbing walls, climbing ropes.
Like, you should almost have your roll done, and now you know your turn is gonna go, right? You make like when the player before you finishes turn, you know what you're gonna do. You make your roll. You got your roll ready. You say, I run to the tree. I try to grab on, but like I'm too slow. The dog catch my leg. Right? Whatever.
Yeah.
Because you describe your failure.
Yeah, if you have time, I guess if players have time, they can make a roll beforehand and look at it, and when it's their turn, they can just narrate what they've been doing.
Yeah, you don't make it too long beforehand because like things can change and stuff like that. But like then it keeps punchy, things like fast.
I want to climb the tree I'm standing next to. What do I need to roll for that?
Fucking Justin like has to
come
in and talk about Morgborg again.
I rolled 7 plus.
Also, die is not a spell like that.
I mean, I have minus for endurance. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. But that's the thing too.
That's why you vet your players.
But also if you like, let's just say that too. If you say like make your roll like before your turn, so then you know how your turn is gonna go. Even if the mechanic takes a little longer, right? Or a player is a little slower with the number, it can palliate to that.
Yeah.
Some people take fucking long time, like adding 3 numbers together. For some people that takes for fucking ever.
Yes.
Well, in my games, the players were usually quick with their turns, and so you didn't really have a chance to roll when it wasn't your turn. And when you're rolling, you're probably missing on what the other players are saying. So then you're like, I rolled a 7. I'm gonna climb the tree right here.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, and there's like a little bit of it's fun.
Maybe that tree isn't there anymore. Maybe the mothership crashed and leveled all the trees in northern.
We're talking about you being chased by a dog and not as a mothership involved.
So you brought a mothership in because you failed a climbing roll?
No, the tree I was going to climb isn't there anymore.
Rudy.
Didn't you ever see that before?
The mothership
always crashes and leaves. Well,
the trail.
That's how you describe your that's how you describe your success. Oh, I'm running away from the dog. I tried to climb the tree, but the mothership crashed and turned down the tree. It's like what?
No, you roll the dice, and then when it's your turn, by the time it's your turn, that tree isn't there anymore, and you're like, I just go where they're going.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to do like too long in advance, but if you're like 3 player, like you did like just before the player before you, right? Just like like usually when you finish his turn and stuff like that, when the GM is describing like the result or whatever. I think there's a way to do it.
Sounds good.
It's really
I'm
like
gonna try it in my social roles for sure.
yeah, social roles.
So how many social roles does your game have, Phil?
My game.
Yes. Your game rules, your rule box, your starter kit.
In the
your
game I'm
codex.
making.
Yeah, the
that
game you're
you're,
writing.
that you're going to use in your next game session.
Oh, well, it's
Traveler.
Traveler.
Okay.
How
Traveler's
many
got
social
like
skills in Traveler?
3 or something.
4, 5, but you
I guess
can
leadership.
bend
there's
the rules.
leadership. There's deception. There's what is broker?
Carouse.
Carouse. Yeah. There's a lot.
There's advocate.
Advocate. That's true.
There might be an interrogate.
Oh, it's advocate.
It's definitely an advocate.
An advocate is the noun. Advocate is the verb. No.
There's a deception. And...
Yeah. Correct.
I mean, I'll add skills on the fly. Just hey, everyone write this skill down in your character sheet if you want.
But is science a verb?
Science.
Yes.
Is art a verb?
I'm arting. I'm sciencing and arting.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Carouse is the verb though.
Well, yeah, like knowledge
Could be a noun.
is thinking is a verb, right? Learning is a verb. Speaking.
Could it be a noun?
Talking.
Could carouse be a noun?
Yeah.
Can carouse be a noun? I don't know.
Is carouse a social skill?
Yeah, it's like small talk, flirting.
And there's streetwise. Retcon.
I don't think of streetwise as a social skill. It's a little bit.
You could use it for one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd use carouse.
Jive talking.
Yeah.
What about carouse. Jack of all trades?
What?
Yeah.
You could
How's
do
that
anything.
a social? Because it's everything.
Yeah, it's everything.
So
it's -2 instead of -3 if you're not trained.
Yeah. I
it's
think
Jack of all trades.
Some things I'll restrict. You can't do brain surgery if you're not a doctor.
Well,
but I have
fair.
I have Jack of all trades 3, so I get 0 penalty. I'm making.
I'll wing it.
Yeah.
I'm smart.
What's the worst that can happen?
First time try, I do rocket surgery on somebody.
Super high education with Jack of all trades. You can do anything.
Yeah, high education. I mean, if you role play the scene well enough, like I read it in a book, I saw it on a hologram.
Someone get me a book.
I've had it done to myself several times. I'm aware of how it's done.
Okay.
Listen, I've watched YouTube.
If you're convinced enough,
this.
maybe humans are super smart in the future. They don't, they can retain everything they ever see.
Maybe also it's not that complex. Maybe like it's just like a lie that brain surgeon promote.
Yeah.
And, it's very
like
hard.
Star Trek, you just have AI
big
do
brain
most
surgery.
of it.
What?
Big brain surgery. It's a lie
exactly.
Big brain
It's a big exactly. It's big brain surgery complex.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep the little guy out by pretending it's complex.
Yeah.
Difficult. Everybody can do it.
Meanwhile, they're like, well, we got 3 hours to pretend.
Yeah.
We wrapped this up in 15 minutes, but
they do it drunk too.
So have you guys ever been like how did you guys decide you're gonna do your social skills? Are you gonna do player
I don't know if we
player?
decided anything.
Yeah, I don't think we
But they convinced. So my point, I missed a lot of the stream, but my point was that I really enjoy doing the actual interaction.
Me too.
Versus figuring out if I'm supposed to be good at it or not before I do it. In other words,
what does that mean? What do you mean?
So the point that we're trying to portray to you when we were talking about you should roll before you do your action is that's how you should do your social. So like if you roll a good persuade check, then you role play like you are being a persuasive person. Whereas if you rolled poorly on your persuade check, you should role play as a not persuasive person.
And even if you don't do the role, if your character is not good at haggling, you're not gonna role play him as a good haggler, right?
Yeah, but that's
Even
different.
though
But yeah,
you like haggling in real life,
yeah,
and it's
No,
enjoyable
you
to do at
better
the
not
table.
role play yourself in the game.
yeah.
There you go, Phil.
That's the trap.
If you're super smart and your character's super dumb, you don't role play a super smart person. You role play a super dumb person.
Right,
Yeah.
but I
But if
always
you
that's
don't know
the
how to
thing.
be stupid, your
Right.
character knows how to be stupid.
Right.
If you don't know how to be smart, your character knows how to be smart.
So here was a question that came up: if you're stupid and your character's smart,
Okay.
but you come up with a bad plan,
Yeah.
that is really
No,
stupid.
you don't plan. You can't be planning out of character. You mean like your character
saying
comes
out of
up with a
character.
bad plan?
Well, yeah, your character comes up with a bad plan, but you know,
Doesn't have
Like
to be out
I'm
of character.
stupid, but my character's smart.
Yeah.
your
So the
character is
example
smart, but
was
because you're
Who's-
stupid,
who's-
you're trying to
who's
replace your
do-
character coming with a plan, right? And the plan is bad because you as a player is stupid.
Okay, so if the player doesn't know anything about what his character is even trying to do,
so the example that we had on the stream was
the
the
player
example we
just
had on the
said-
stream was documenting was like this guy is playing this really smart character, but he decides he's going to teleport his friend into a force he's never seen before, and there's all these dangers associated with it. It's almost like surely a bad idea.
Yeah.
What do you do in that situation if the smart
I said that.
character is going to do something stupid? You know?
Hey, I forgot you had a wrench.
So Phil, who's the smart person, the player or the character doing that?
The character.
But the player's dumb, but the player
The player comes up with a poor plan.
Yeah, the player can't be coming up with anything. They're supposed to be role playing. Know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
no,
you
but
can't
the
even
the
come
player-
up
the player
with a
is coming-
strategy.
The player
in
role
your
playing his
games?
character. Yeah, like it's not the player coming with a plan, right? It's the character coming with a plan.
Yeah,
but
it
the
has
plan
to
is
be.
bad because the player is stupid, right? He's trying to
player-
role play the smart character,
the
but he's
stupid-
not equipped to do it.
The stupid player, all they have to do is say, "My character has this great idea," and then they roll.
What do you
They
even
don't
do
have
in
to
your
say-
game, Sean?
They don't have to say what the great idea is. They just all they
Wow.
have to do is role play.
So the GM
has
comes up with a
idea.
great idea for
Yeah.
you.
With the GM
No.
coming with a great.
What if the GM's
No.
an idiot?
The
You do
great
that?
idea is never mentioned.
Well, how is it applied and how is it realized? You know,
The
It's
player
just
the player
everything
makes
good
this.
happens.
The player makes a great roll,
You just get to the end result, and you don't even describe
and
how it
the
happened.
problem
And you win the
is
game.
solved. The problem is solved.
I
You
come up
don't
with
even
a
have
great,
you don't even have to explain the
roll.
problem.
I come up with this great plan. All right, roll. I rolled really well. Well,
It's
then
like,
what did you
guys, I got a
roll?
great idea. Roll, buddy. It was
Or
a great idea.
I'm what they call it. I am
Abstract.
I'm simplifying it
So what exactly?
so
are
that you guys can understand.
Yeah.
No,
But-
but okay, let's take an example. Okay, it's a smart
The doctor
wizard, very smart
says
wizard,
this.
right?
Well, this is what you have to do, and he proceeds to do the things that are needed to get the job done, and blah blah blah, and then you roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if
And
there's
then the GM looks.
But
Oh,
not like
that's a high roll.
specific professional knowledge. I'm talking about like a poor strategy.
Yeah. poor surgery? Like in that example, okay, it's a smart wizard. One of his party member is down, injured, and the wizard idea is to teleport him in the middle of a forest that they've never been to, right? So he's out of
Yeah.
the combat. It's a
Yeah.
stupid idea because like, oh, now you're gonna be injured in a place we don't know, and there's gonna be beasts around and stuff like that, right? It's a stupid
Potentially
idea.
usually-
teleporting you into a
usually-
tree.
Usually, yeah, like I was reading what the ICE's space Rollmaster space rules yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it says your character needs to have been there before, or some psionic person has to put what they see in their mind in that
viewing,
person's mind,
Yeah.
or they have to have a photograph of the place or a map at least.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's a chance.
There's a chance they're going to be in a boulder or a cliff or a pine tree or.
But what do we say to a player, right? A player is role playing technically like a character that's supposed to be very smart, but they keep coming up with those stupid idea. How do you react to that with a GM?
Coming up with stupid ideas. How are they role playing their stupid ideas though?
Well, they act upon it, and it just like stuff that don't make sense in the world, right? Or just like, like, oh, I'm gonna, I don't know, man. Just like it's hard for me to come up with
I
stupid
know
ideas.
what you mean, but
Max has never come up with a stupid idea in his whole life.
I've had players like that.
I'm physically incapable.
20 years ago, I had players like that. They, for whatever reason, they want to play the super genius scientist, but they don't know any science. They don't know how to be smart. They don't know what any scientific mumbo jumbo buzzwords even are.
Yeah. I'd rather think of it in the terms of like criminal mastermind.
Or almost like it's more like a question of wisdom that's smart.
Science is very specific professional knowledge, whereas criminal mastermind is like savviness. It's like, say you're a criminal mastermind, but you come up with shit boss ideas.
Yeah, or you're Agatha Christie, but the dumber version of her. You want to solve a Columbo mystery, and you're an idiot. How do you do it? You're gonna be like Clouseau, right? In real life, you're Clouseau, but you're Columbo in the game.
Because Justin said you're gonna rob the bank, but your player has never seen those the events, so the character thinks that the action you've got to perform are the same as an episode of Barney. Yeah, I kind of like I don't feel like it's in that background. What background?
Which background?
The background of the stream. Oh, he's talking about my bad decision. I've never made a bad decision. The background of the stream is a bad decision.
Maybe in session
the
0
background of it.
Or session -1, you talk to the player to make sure their character is something they can role play. And they're not just going to be a clown.
That could be it. Like limiting, like saying, well, listen, I know you want to role play a character that's smart, but I don't think it's right for you.
Have you thought about being stupider?
I mean, it's easier to role play a dumb person than to role play a smart person, I think.
I don't.
And role players tend to be smart people, right?
Yeah, it's hard for me to role play a dumb person.
Yeah, I'd much rather pretend I'm smart than pretend I'm dumb.
I'm more used to it.
Let's say that your character went to Jupiter
to get more stupider.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm missing the cultural reference.
I forget what it's from. In the 80s. But the
it's I think it's girls go to college to get more knowledge, boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Oh, is that what it was?
And then something about Venus and penis, but I don't remember the dirty version.
So a really dumb person, for whatever reason, wants to be the person to come up with the smart idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they want to get out of their comfort zone.
but it's a really dumb idea, but they think it's the greatest idea.
Yeah. You're just like, okay, well,
hopefully they don't have their mouth open for too long. And you just have them roll. Just have them roll.
Yeah.
You did it. Your character did whatever.
One thing I was saying out to that, like, it's like as a GM, you kind of fudge the idea, right? Okay, what you said is kind of stupid, but we're gonna make it work because your character is smart. So, like, there's supposed to be stuff that he saw that okay, yeah, to be,
Yeah, it's just like when you have the player that they're not a comedy person. They have no sense of timing as far as comedy goes, but yet they want their character to be super funny. And they come up with these stupid things that they think are funny, but they're not.
All they have to do is say, I say something really funny in your game.
Yeah. And then the problem goes away.
I say the thing that makes everyone laugh. And people
my character said something funny, and all the other characters go, ha, 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 ha. That was funny. Do it again.
I do the thing that solved the problem. I roll well, the problem goes away.
I'm smart enough to figure this out.
I mean, it's pretty rare to have a dumb person in your game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what if you have the reverse? You have the super genius person in real life, and they're going to play a moron in the game?
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're able to role play and put themselves in the mindset of the character, right?
How do they narrate what they're trying to do as an idiot in the game?
I had a a character or a player that so I was playing with a bunch of new guys, and he was really well versed in D&D. This back in when I only played D&D, and he didn't want to play the leader because he always had all these. He was always the one that was planning. So he's like, I'm going to be like the stoic meathead. And so like he never talked. And I was like, can you talk more? Because these guys are also they don't know what to do.
Oh yeah,
That was weird.
mean.
What
He's like, I don't want to take the reins.
what if you have the idiot who's playing the smart scientist? Just roll for whatever stupid thing they said, and if the roll's good, then his stupid idea works.
Yeah.
Just get it over with. Just go on
That's
to the
what
next thing.
I was promoting earlier. I said, you know what, you just make it work, right? Oh yeah, you said it was stupid, but your character is supposed to be smart. So you know, in that
He made it.
world, in
His
the
character made it
universe that
work.
we're role playing in, that stupid idea probably work. It's probably not as
Like
dumb.
he makes ice sink,
Yeah.
or like
Yeah.
he comes up with like obviously wrong things.
Yeah. Man,
Her
I was
fake
talking to
boobs.
this girl
Her
at some
fake
point,
boobs
like,
will become
she had like
flotation
a
devices.
it was yeah, I was talking
She
to this
saved
girl,
us.
like it was fucking hot, right? And it was a summer, and like she had like her lip balm that was all melted, and she wanted to put it in the microwave to have it like get firm again so she can use it. And I said, well, the microwave is gonna make it hotter. I said, yeah, I'm gonna put it in defrost. I said, that's still gonna make it hotter. But defrost is freeze, no?
Slow motion.
Yeah, but
burn.
it's defrost, and she wouldn't fucking understand it. That's a real story. Like
Yes.
I was trying to explain her that defrost does not mean freeze. Like you don't have a freeze function in the microwave.
Yep.
It's just like, but she wouldn't fucking understand. And at some
Defrost.
point, I was like flabbergasted. Like, about like, how can I talk to that person? What the fuck? She was cute.
Get the Webster's dictionary out.
He had the post nut clarity at that point. And you're like,
Oh no, there was no
what a
nothing.
bad idea.
No, nothing
This was
involved.
a bad
We're all, like, to be honest, also we're all like fucking high out of our mind, but you know,
fair.
different time, different life.
Now, I've had friends that thought they were stupid, but they were kind of smart. And they would always say stuff to me like, I'm never going to understand this. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough to do this. I wish I could do this. Only smart people know how to. That's how they would talk to themselves.
Yeah, that's low
Now
self-confidence.
that would be somebody. That would be how a smart person would role play a dumb person.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, yeah, but that's what something I was telling earlier too to Phil. I say like a lot of dumb people think they're smart.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I'm not going to
almost
say who.
it's almost
It's politics. I'm not going to say who.
it's almost a trait of dumb people.
Yeah.
It's like,
really
you know,
common.
it's what we call like the midwit, right? It's just like people that are actually slightly smarter than average. So they had like it was easy to go to school. Like they had like facility in school, so they think they're very smart.
Yeah.
But school is just very easy.
Yeah.
So now, so they're
They
not
went to
objectively
MIT.
smart. Well,
Yeah, they went
MIT
to
is kind of hard,
Berkeley.
no? But like when you're high school and maybe college, like in like liberal arts, fucking
SAT,
bullshit
they got the
thingy,
high
right?
SAT stuff.
Yeah. But now they're convinced they're very smart, and that's like being convinced that you're very smart is the fastest way to remain stupid in a sense.
Yeah, it's an educated moron.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of them.
There's a bunch.
Yeah.
A whole bunch.
But people like, yeah, exactly, like I say, like Dunning-Kruger effect, exactly. People that think they know more than they do. But like I when I was training and stuff like that, you know, like in the gym and stuff like I met people that were not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but they knew it.
In the gym?
Yeah, when I was like in my gym life, right? And when I was like a coach and stuff like that, right? So you interact with all kind of people, and I interacted with people like that weren't like the sharpest knife in the drawer, but they knew it, and they could have like decent life because of that. And they say, well, you know what? I'm not very smart, so I'm gonna ask somebody smart about this thing that I don't know instead of like thinking I am, right? Very decent people. I love them to death, right? But
yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can get a dumb person that works hard,
Yeah, exactly. Good worker and stuff like that. And
Huge.
they were under no impression. You say that, like intellectual thing is not for me. If I need somebody to think about something, I'm gonna ask somebody else.
Can
And
you
that's all right.
outsmart a bullet?
Well,
That's sort of
I
a
couldn't-
RoboCop.
I couldn't fucking outsmart this guy bench for sure, man. Not this fucking great bencher, but yeah.
Do you ever get the genius in the gym saying, "Well, actually, I'm just a cantilever for this. I'll use my body as a lever to.
Yep, that's me.
I got 600 pounds on this side and only 3 pounds on this side."
Smart.
Yeah, that's the people that become like better coach than lifter, right? Yeah, you lift
Here's
more
what you
than
have to
me,
do.
but I can help you lift more again if you listen to what I tell you. Yeah, do what I say, not what I do. What I do what I say, not what I do.
So
right?
what do you think about the guys that go to the gym and they only do their arms and not their legs ever?
Yeah, well, that's a shame.
They look like a lollipop.
That's a shame. But like when you get older, though, at some point, like sometimes the legs get more problem. So I
Knees,
understand.
you can wear out your knees.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
People running 10 miles a day their whole life, wondering why
Yeah.
their knees don't work.
Are squats bad on your knees?
Not really, because there's no shock.
No.
There's no. It's not too hard. No.
Yeah, so squats and deadlifts good.
But
You're not
when you
constantly
knee,
doing that.
sometimes your knee just become bad for other stuff, right? For other reason, and then squat become difficult. So there's that. Yeah, squatting as hell. What do you mean? Squatting is great. Squatting is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Would you make a character do a roll if they were gonna do exercises at a gym?
If
Isn't
there's
that
a
the
reason.
whole point of strength athletics and traveling?
Yeah, but if there's like a narrative reason for it, right? If it's important, if you're just like going exercise at the gym, then there's no point. If you're like, oh, I'm gonna try to impress that girl by benching 500 pounds, right? Then okay, man, maybe I want you to roll because it's important for squatting is ill.
Gotta be something interesting that's gonna happen. The gravatics turn off while you're lifting weights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always like
You just throw the 500 pounds, you're like, just like.
So then, what are you rolling? Are you rolling for intelligence to do a proper exercise in the gym? I need something to resist against.
Yeah. I
Traveler literally has a skill for it.
I do 3 rolls, so you have to roll for your technique, then you have to roll for your strength, and you have to roll for your mindset. And if you succeed on all 3, you can do your lift. If you fail on 1 or 2, then you have partial success, and I describe your failure based on that.
I have the weight over behind my neck, and I push off with my feet from the wall, and I float across the room, and then I do a flip, and then I land on my feet on the other wall. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're rolling.
Yeah.
You're doing your acrobatics and athletic checks.
Yeah. And then you have to do persuasion to see if the girl
Then
actually saw you and things.
Then you're like,
you're holding.
Then you're just flying up the ladder to the next deck, and you say to someone, "Hey, leave the gravity off. My morning exercise was awesome."
Okay.
I got.
Roll your pizzazz to see if you impress the girl.
And then the girl turns around and goes, "Can you stop looking at me?"
I'm gonna post you on TikTok. Jim Creed.
You have to roll every time to see if a girl behind you has got her camera on. Stop looking at me.
You have to roll for every rep. Yeah, exactly. The tree. Yeah.
She only shows up if you fail your roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart.
Do you ever do that if the person fails their roll? Like a ton of bricks falls on them from nowhere? Or are the bricks always going to be there?
Yeah. Immediately. There's always like a roll to see if you brush your teeth properly. You fail, a ton of bricks.
Yeah, I used to do that. Yeah, when I ran GURPS, I used to have them roll to tie their shoes.
Yeah.
No,
I don't want
them.
I don't
turn
want
off
people
the oven.
Yeah, I don't want people to roll all the time, right? Just if it matters.
Looks like someone's having trouble getting out of bed this morning.
If there's something interesting, that's gonna come
Yeah.
out the outcome of the roll.
I made my computer
Right.
roll. She was role playing someone in a frozen hypersleep pod.
Is she still upset with you?
No, I have no idea. She's turned off.
Oh yeah, she's gonna be mad.
She doesn't exist when she's turned off.
Yeah, but
But
then you're
the,
gonna turn the back on. She's gonna tell we're still in 2019.
Maybe I'll turn her if Trump gets reelected. Maybe I'll turn her back on, and then she won't be as mad. But the
She's on the train. She's on the Trump train.
how long is there a Trump train right now?
No.
I remember the last one was 91 miles long. 91 miles. How long is that in kilometers?
130.
130 kilometers. Bumper to bumper cars
That's right.
on the
130 or
road.
150?
Is it 2.2 kilometers in a mile?
What?
2.2. isn't
1.6.
it?
1.6.
I just know that it's
Is it 1.6?
mile. It's 1.4. I think it's 0.6 mile to 1 kilometer. I know that on the other
Or
way around,
0.6?
obviously, because
I can't remember now.
yeah, I think it's 1.4 on this side.
What am I thinking? I think I'm thinking of centimeters and inches.
Yeah.
But yeah, 91 miles. That's a lot of cars bumper to bumper on the freeway, going from town to town.
Yeah, it's 150 kilometer, 91 miles about. Yeah.
I still
Yeah,
see
that's a
some
lot.
of those cars driving around that were in the train, and they're still driving around with all their Trump flags and crap.
It's politics,
And
man.
and the flags are still old too. Like
I don't.
It looks like
Take a break, guys. It's been some
they look
years.
like something out of Fallout now.
Well,
Some of them have the 2024 flags on them.
so social scale. I don't know if we solved anything. I think we
solved it.
Well,
We
for me,
nailed
it depends on what the scene role played beforehand was. That determines what die rolls get made.
yeah.
What
Lying is tough still. Knowing if somebody lie or not, right? And just like
See, I like not knowing for sure 100%
Yeah,
if
I
someone
agree
was
with
lying
that.
to me or not. I'll find out soon enough. Near the end, I'll find out if the guy was lying. Because when we get to the desert and the treasure isn't there.
And to be fair, as the GM, oftentimes, like I don't know if the guy's lying to you or not. I'll figure it out later as well.
As long as you're not making him a liar only because of the bad roll, or making him telling the truth only because of a good roll, you're fudging your NPC.
I'm not fudging anything
Yeah.
because I'm making stuff as I go along. Like there's
It
no
didn't
road.
exist.
We're building the road as we travel.
Your
along it.
NPC doesn't flip flop depending on how a die roll is made.
No.
Flip flop?
This
No,
NPC
not really, because once something is established, it's established, right? So we
Yeah,
just
that's true.
always like build forward.
That's
But
true.
but there's no road forward, not much at all, right? I'm just like, I don't know where it's gonna go, right? We'll figure it out through your action and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't think it was liar, but like now, oh wait, now you suspecting me of lying. Oh, that would be interesting. Let's branch off the story to that direction. What if he is lying, right?
Yeah.
And now like, oh, he was just a farmer, but now like he's a bandit in disguise, and he's trying to ambush you. You brought that in by being suspicious.
Yeah,
So
I've
if my
done
games
that.
want to succeed, just
I'll
do
I'll
nothing.
add more. I add more to an NPC backstory, depending on how that NPC's treated, or if they're being asked about stuff. It's almost the same thing. Where do you
Yeah.
come from? Now the NPC has to give their life story.
Just don't say if the NPC lies, no roll. If the player character lies, roll. But what we were talking about earlier before you joined in the chat, Justin, is like if the PC, the player character, try to figure out if the NPC is lying. Yeah. If the player suspect a lie, that's a role play, not a die roll. Okay.
I hate it when you have to roll deception. Also, I don't know. I just really don't like social rules. Like almost.
Well, let's say you're sort of being sneaky or stealthy like, or you're trying to distract a guard while your girlfriend sneaks into the Fort Knox. You're gonna roll some sort of deception, and it's it's cinematic, so you could have a chance of doing the thing. I totally
So
succeeded.
the deception roll determines whether or not he pays attention to you. That's interesting.
Yeah, like your distraction. Okay, like go to Target. Go into any Target tonight. Even just go in there.
will.
Stand at the entrance for like 10 minutes. Usually a bum comes up to the store and talks to some clerk, some sales manager, whatever. There's a guy in the parking lot and he's naked. You should call the cops. And there's no one out there. There's no one out there naked. The bum just wants you to go out there so they can go in the food and steal all the Twinkies or whatever.
Is that what happening in the US now?
Is that happening a lot?
That's a California.
When you say usually, what does that mean? It's a California thing. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like every 10 minutes in California.
Yeah.
There's a junkie doing needles out there in the parking lot. You should call the cops.
Are you the junkie?
And they're all shaking and scratching their face and everything as
Yeah.
they come walking in. And
Yeah. They're on drink.
they're coming in with a trash bag full of whatever.
He just has it open, ready.
They're heading over to the clothing section to refill their trash bag with new jackets and jeans and tennis shoes. Oh, I'm gonna pay for it. My boyfriend, he's out there in the parking lot. He's gonna come in here and pay for it. Meanwhile, they're going out the fire escape.
The old Target fire escape.
Yeah, it's like
you mean like the exit? Yeah.
The fire exit. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking there's ladders going down a building.
Oh no, it just goes out into the parking lot.
Yeah.
And then there's a getaway car out there usually, or a Vespa.
Yeah.
That's a bit fancy.
Little
here's your skateboard. Let's go.
little dirt bike.
Yeah, more like it.
But you use a deception roll. It's more like a distraction. You ask the person, "Hey, you look nice today. I haven't seen you wear that dress before." "Oh, I got it here at Target."
Yeah.
And then, or you go to customer service and you say, "I bought these here a week ago. I want to return them." And the other person says, "No, these are like 3 years old and they look like they've been worn. We don't even sell these anymore. You cannot return these." But your sign says, you're trying to use deception or persuade. Now, in a cinematic thing, you could probably roll successfully because you're a repeat customer. You maybe used to work at Target and people still think fondly of you. So they give you some pluses to your roll. Cha-ching! You don't get your money back. You get
store
like
credit.
A store credit, yeah. Like, gee, thanks. That's better than nothing, right? That's better than having the cops called.
Yeah.
But in California, the cops don't show up anymore. They don't arrest you for that stuff.
No, it's not illegal. You're allowed to steal.
It's not illegal. It's not legal, but it's not illegal.
It's not criminal.
Yeah, it's
the judge will
decriminalized.
say, if they even show up for the court, the judge will always say, well, obviously they need it more than Target does. Target is $1 billion company. This person needs this more than the store does. That's how it always goes.
Yeah. But
every time it's
in California, you don't have to roll for that.
So is that one of the next session we're doing?
Yeah.
Bombs stealing from Target. Target adventure.
Target.
No, it's like, well, when I first came in here, I think Phil mentioned, how do I barter? I mean, you could use a barter roll for that. You could use persuade. You could use carouse. You could use streetwise, or maybe that's what we're saying. Maybe the bum knows that the person working in service is a drug addict too, and they can turn them in, and they don't want their boss finding.
This was a disagreement. I guess kind of a disagreement we had between me and Phil, right? Phil loves to haggle, and he say, and I enjoy, And he say I enjoy that in the role playing game, so I want to do that myself, right? If I have a situation to haggle, I want to haggle. I want to do like play the interaction. I say, yeah, but what if your character is not a haggler, cannot haggle, right?
Yeah.
It's still
Like then,
worth a try.
But that's
And
why
it's,
but
I
it's, I,
like
I ran
I said, you should
cinematic.
role play your character, right? No, it's not the time to be a good haggler because your character is not.
Okay, haggling about what though? Haggling about
the price of something.
The
the
price
way
of
the
a pipe.
government treats the peons in the village.
That's not haggle.
The price of corn.
Yes.
The price of a pipe to a street vendor.
Price of corn.
The convincing Prince
Well,
Prince
that's not
Charming
haggling.
to take out the ugly stepsister instead of the hot
It's
chick.
persuasion.
Haggling about some.
I would haggle. I would use the term haggle loosely. Like you could haggle a car into
Well,
starting
if you
up
have
in
like
the morning.
6 freaking social skills, you can't really like be loose with your
Haggle is like nagging.
terms.
You could nag your street bike into starting up with a dead battery if you tried hard enough.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom,
What, you piece of shit?
yeah. Because you nagged it. You cussed it out and then you apologize. Sorry for cussing you out, motorcycle. Thanks for starting up.
Well, I gotta go, y'all. I hope you.
Yeah, I think I'm
I don't
gonna.
know if you're
Oh
gonna
fuck,
wrap
man,
it up here.
we passed 4 hours too. Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we had a good conversation. Like I don't know if we
All right.
solved anything. I
No,
think we
we're not
solved
going to
stuff.
solve anything. We're just going to give each
Of course, we
other's
solved everything.
sides
exactly.
of the story.
Yeah, exactly. With you getting some idea, and then we can think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well,
It's
thank
the
you for
age-old
joining, guys.
This question is the age-old question.
Social skill. Yeah.
But we're talking about it from like a 4D view.
Yes, exactly.
Most people in the 1D and 2D, they just say, "Oh, just make a roll."
Yeah.
It's much easier. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
then
want to
you-
convince the guy. Okay, make a roll. Yeah, you succeed. He's convinced.
Yeah, he's your slave for the rest of the week. He'll do anything you tell him to do.
Well,
But
you
what if he's
did
another? What if he's another player though?
Then you can't.
Well, it doesn't matter because the GM role playing all the player,
Yeah.
all the character.
There's no
Yeah,
characters.
that's true.
Well, now
GM
you
is
feel bad and you
role-playing-
do this.
Yeah.
The GM's
GM
role playing
will-
you,
the GM
role playing him.
The GM will say, "You think he has a lot of great points?" Like, oh,
Yeah.
I think you have a lot of great points.
That's how it goes. All right. I guess I'm gonna wrap the stream. Thank you guys for joining me. It's fun
See you later.
conversation.
Wild hell.
Again, I think next week I might try to do the stream, the Terror of Your Skin, on Friday instead of Sunday.
You mean like Easter?
Not
you
because
don't want
it's
to do
Easter.
Easter.
It's because so
not-
people can hang out a bit. Because people work or have school on Monday, right?
Yes.
So sometimes they have to leave early. So I say maybe if we're done on Friday, I'm gonna have I'm gonna be able to stay up later.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so next week, Terror of Your Skin. There you go. That's the official announcement. Next week,
This
Terror of Your
Friday?
Skin will be on Friday.
This Friday, Good Friday?
Good Friday.
Good
Yeah,
Friday.
that shouldn't interfere with our activities.
No.
You can still Terror of Your Skin on Good Friday.
Yeah.
There's nothing again. There's nothing in the Catholic religion.
I like it when there's a
I
lot
don't
of
feel like
things
a
to watch.
crucifixion joke is warranted here, so I'm just gonna...
I like when there's a lot of live streams going on the same night. Then there's choices for people to watch.
Well, there's nothing more new anymore, and there's nothing to watch anymore. And tomorrow, or later on today, depending on how you want to see it, Wild Hell,
Wild hell.
Wild Hell.
Present Planet Hell, Traveler for
Oh, part
4D. No, it's a new game with all new character, one shot, run by your own, fill the
Oh,
trail.
it didn't happen last week? Is that what happened? No.
No,
It
didn't
happened
happen.
last week.
Oh yeah, no, it was supposed
What was
to.
last week? Last week was the
Last week
taking
was
over
the
another ship.
pirate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pirate game,
Pirates.
space
What was
pirate
that?
game.
Okay.
Very exciting. If you haven't seen it.
I didn't watch that one yet. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. in
I
it.
thought you guys did this last week.
No.
No, it was this was
This
supposed
is the
to happen 2
Predator
weeks
one.
ago.
Is it like Predator,
It's in
or is it
it's in a jungle planet.
most dangerous game?
Don't know
Don't
what to
know.
expect. We'll see.
No, I don't know. You're putting some idea in my mind.
No one knows.
Yeah.
Least
I'm
of all
thinking-
me.
I'm
What time,
thinking Avatar.
8:30
This is Avatar.
8:30
8:30
Central.
Central.
So that's 21:30 Eastern time for people with
Yeah.
normal time zone.
So what's the planet behind you, Phil?
It is
The planet on
called
the horizon.
hell.
Oh, there you go. That
No,
works.
there's two planets. Is one's the moon, one's the planet, or they're both planets, or one's the moon? What's the globe behind you?
Well, that's a moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
It
the
looks
truth
more
of
like a
the-
planet,
those
though, doesn't
2D
it?
game.
My character's gonna start on
It
that.
looks more like the it's a moon orbiting that planet, doesn't it? Like
I
the
jumped to the
bigger-
moon.
Oh, I see. It says
Maybe the
prison
jungle's
planet.
on a moon.
So this is a prison planet. So
Yeah.
do everyone have their livers and stuff? Their kidneys? They
their
still have their
liver?
We'll
kidneys.
see. We'll have to see.
It's just a game. Like you spend like 4 hours slowly dying.
Is everyone an android and this is like junkyard prison?
You'll have to see.
And
I don't know.
they just grab body parts and put them
In
on.
case it's not clear, it's a jungle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Jager.
It's a
We're actually
jungle.
wrapping up the stream. I'm trying to wrangle up everything, and yeah, we're all late.
It's a jungle of nanobots. So it's like Avatar then.
It's
No.
basically Avatar.
USB
Avatar,
ports
but it's
to
a
make you
prison.
fly.
You got it. You figured it out.
Basically, Dune.
I expect there
instead
to
of
be
being,
blue people.
Instead of being desert, it's a jungle.
We're gonna touch tails.
But why is it wild hell? It's not
Because
like
it's
regular hell, it's wild.
No, it's wild. It's a jungle.
Regular Eld is very civilized. People don't realize.
Yeah.
Is it PG
Very
13?
orderly.
PG, R, X, M, VL,
We'll just rated R.
Peggy 13?
Is that what our
Maybe
game are
18.
rated usually? Are? It can be a little
Which game?
swearing.
I don't know.
The game we play in.
F bombs?
There's gonna be at least one set of boobs. So
Have you
Oh,
guys
I
been watching the Fallout
mine.
trailers for
I'll
Amazon?
put mine on.
Yeah.
No.
It looks like a family
watch
cartoon
anything.
kid movie thing, but with the F bombs thrown in.
Yeah. I got like no
They,
interest.
they
in
don't
it.
they don't
Let
show
people
any
know
blood.
that you're so people know you're serious.
Yeah, it's like this time. Everyone's already making fun of it because it's supposed to be after a nuke, and everyone's clothes are perfectly clean and pressed. Like
Yeah, that's been a
they're
problem in movies
everyone's
for a long time.
cosplaying.
Yeah, it's easier on production. It's less
Yeah.
less continuity error.
Nothing looks old or banged up or rotted
Yeah.
or rusted. Everything's in pristine shape.
Nobody
still.
keeps clothes to be older.
No one has dirty faces. No leathery skin. So people can't wait to watch it so they can make fun of it.
There you go. Just into the torment in regular hell. He's having to play meaningless board game for the rest of eternity. In Wild Hell, you have to play meaningless board game in the jungle. That's the difference.
So I
Got
expect in this wild hell, I expect to see
Wow.
Avatar with chain rail weapons, or rail gun rifles,
Any
depleted
inspiration
uranium.
taken from Prison Planet by William C. Deeds.
I don't know what that is.
Prison, is
Oh,
that,
I have to look that up. William
don't-
C. Deeds? That looks
I'm not a good
familiar.
reader.
what's Prison
unfortunately.
Planet? Oh no, I'm thinking about Alex Jones' show.
Yeah.
Prison
I have
Planet.
I have a few
That's the
Prison
same thing
Planet
again.
RPGs. But I don't know who they're written by. I'm sure it's public domain. This Prison
Yeah, I'm
Planet.
sure I'm not going to do something that's never been done before, but I have never seen it done before.
Is there going to be like a space version of
coming out of my brain?
Blackbeard,
No, that was last week.
Maybe.
Treasure Island in space, in hell, in 4D?
Ewoks. There you go. Ewoks should be there on the menu.
Cannibal Ewoks.
Does Luke
I think-
kiss? Okay. In the Star Wars universe, right?
Oh my god.
Someone said it was a fantasy romance or planetary romance, and the only girl that Luke kisses is his twin sister
Yeah.
in the whole freaking galaxy. So he has no girlfriend technically.
Is Luke the main character?
He's one of them.
Han Solo is like the one that's doing the romance with Leia.
Yeah. And there's Leia, Han, and some people would say Darth Vader is the main character.
Well, George
Yeah,
Lucas say that, no?
But in Dune, there's Paul. He's the chosen one in that movie. So some
Pretty
people
well
would say
Paul.
Luke
Yeah.
is chosen in Star Wars.
For sure.
Is he?
So you don't want to role play a character who's the chosen one. That'd be boring.
Yeah.
You're the GMPC basically.
I don't like those chosen one. Yeah.
I don't mind playing next to a player that's a chosen one either.
Justin said, I don't know the perspective character is R2D2. I think it was like C3PO, no? C3PO is the only one that is in all the movies.
Yeah, R2 and C3PO, they're all copied from the Hidden Fortress. They're the two peasants in the movie who you see the story told through their eyes.
What is the Hidden Fortress again? Is that Kurosawa? No.
I want to say it's the same guy who did Seven Samurai.
Yeah, Kurosawa, that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Jimbo.
Yojimbo.
And the Cobweb Castle, which is
Yeah.
Macbeth or something.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
Kurosawa.
And I
Yeah,
got
and Sanjuro. Yeah, I'm
I
a big
got it.
Kurosawa fan.
there it is. There it is. There it is. Wait.
What?
Where's my arm? I'm trying to point at it. Where's my arm?
Oh, what?
Ah,
Spiderweb Castle?
there you go.
Oh.
That box right there.
Yeah.
Robbie's standing on the box. It's like 7 of his movies on a DVD.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great movie.
One of them's Forbidden Fortress or Hidden Fortress,
Hidden
which
Fortress.
is basically Death Star.
I forgot this one. I know I saw him because I think I saw. And I didn't see all his movie. I saw all his like.
It's got
Historical
Obi-Wan,
movie.
it's got Leia, it's got Han Solo, it's got Darth Vader, it's got the Emperor, it's got the Death Star, it's got C-3PO and R2D. It's an exact 1958 or something like that, and George Lucas just filed off the serial numbers and made it sci-fi.
Well, that's all everybody does, eh? What everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
But
does.
also Kurosawa was doing like a lot of like old western within the samurai or Shakespeare with a samurai thing.
Yeah, he was doing Shakespeare. Somebody took his Seven Samurai and made Magnificent Seven.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
Okay,
took
well,
Yojimbo and he did like a few.
Been a pleasure, you guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Goodbye.
I'm ending the stream, guys.
Talk to you later.
Take care, guys.
Goodbye,
Bye. See you
bye,
next.
humans.
See you tomorrow and then on Friday. Bye.
Just tips out.